Testing for sound, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing for sound, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just got to check with Robin that it's on the live stream. The whole world can hear you, Jenny. 1, 2.
you wouldn't mind taking your seats, we'll make a start on the hearing today. Start with a karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, ki mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atukura, he hiau, he huka, he hohu, ti hei maurora. Councillors, thank you again for your attention yesterday. I thought it was a really good day. Positive comments coming back and challenging comments coming back from the presenters, and no doubt you've had a bit of a think overnight about how that all settles. And today, as a continuation of many of those themes and the challenges that we face in the light of how COVID has not only impacted our country, but is impacting our world and the economies and jobs of people that live in Selwyn. Thanks for the way that everyone yesterday paid attention to our submitters and keeping our screens down. I think was a really good thing to be able to continue with today. So if you're able to have your screen closed rather than open and taking notes on your printed copies that have been sent out, or however else you want to take notes. If you need to take notes on your screen, that's fine, but I think if we're keeping it to a minimum, that would be good. At the end of today, the plan is to have a little bit of a, once we close the hearings, to have a little bit of time with David and Greg for them to be able to present some possible scenarios for us to have numbers early, as early as possible before next week. So there's books for you to take home at the end of today that include all the staff comments, so please take them home with you today. But before you leave, we'll try and spend probably maybe up to half an hour here to understand what some of the different scenarios look like, because there's complexity around what you do with one rate only affects some properties, and so if we're wanting to understand what a particular decision is going to do to someone connected to both water and wastewater, or someone only connected to water, or someone that pays a massive amount of general rate, we'll just give those ups and downs as examples by the end of today. It will also provide the opportunity, if anyone's got any particular questions that they would like answered before we have our deliberations on Thursday next week, for that to be asked so that David and staff can have time to respond to that. And if we need, we'll provide some time on Wednesday afternoon for a councillor briefing type time that will not be a workshop, not in public, to understand some of the different scenarios and work out some of those numbers before we get to Thursday. So there's a few different options there around what we do timing wise. Today we've got a full agenda of presenters. We've got a number of, I think, 3 zooming in to us, 2 before lunch and 1 after lunch. First speaker is Lucy White, who's due to join us at 9:30. And before then, I'll just ask David to continue to work through the papers that we're receiving written submissions. So if we open that book, David, and I'll hand.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we take Councillor Hasson's apology.
Yep, so Councillor Hasson will be a continued apology today, and Shane, it's good to have you here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to ask councillors to go to page 200 of the written submissions book. And just while we're doing that, there's a lot of paper coming everybody's way. We've got audit and risk next Wednesday. We've got council meeting Wednesday afternoon, and then of course deliberations on Thursday, and hopefully we'll nail it on Thursday and not need Friday, but Friday is there as a reserve day. Rightio, we are on page 200 and it's submitted 202, Lynn Gallagher. Lynn strongly opposes increases in rates and strongly supports completion of the cycleway between Glen Tunnel and White Cliffs. Peter Ising, 203, option 2 for, is it 2? 3, sorry, for rates. Option 2, for, as you were, start again. Option 3 for rates, option 1 for Prebleton, option 1 for Leaston, and with respect to Three Waters, he said, although I don't understand, is that council must have a big increase in the Three Waters budget with all the new residential developments, and he makes observations at the bottom with respect to water races through the property, and said it would be nice to have assistance with the removal of silt. Over the page, Ian Warren has submitted 204, makes some observations about rates. and suggests a portion of rates could be saved by reverting to the previous administration of leaving the management of rural halls and reserves under local voluntary committees. Jessica Adams is 207. She asked that we hold the 2021 rates at the same level as the current year, defer Prebleton, review the wider community needs for facilities in Leaston, says that she thinks that any water charge increase should be kept to an absolute minimum, asks with respect to Darfield if a wastewater scheme is absolutely necessary. 211 is the Prebleton Public Hall Society, and commenters to give the reason for deferring the project being to allow further planning and consultation is insulting. They say we're interested to know what land you're intending to sell. Land the current public hall is on may not be for sale, and goes on to say would be very disappointed if the new facility meant local groups and users could no longer afford to hire it. 212 is Rodney and Kathleen Power, talk about Selwyn huts and affordability and make some observations around the price of the proposed scheme. Lynn Partridge similarly makes comments about Selwyn huts proposal, as 214 Rose Brocherie does the same thing as well. Jane Duncan, 215, also makes observations on Selwyn huts proposals. Submitter 216 is Central Plains Water Limited. Comments with respect to rates increase. CPW believes the plan should reflect economic uncertainty and opt to retain the existing 2019-20 rating charges. With respect to Darfield wastewater, comment, given the existing nitrate levels in groundwater sources in the Darfield area, CPW Limited considers it appropriate that a reticulated wastewater system be constructed. CPW wishes to submit on further matters for the LTP, and those are included if we go over the page to page 212. In the middle of that page, they want to make some observations further down the track on water supply, stormwater management, stock water, wastewater, three waters review, and climate change. And down the bottom of the submission, CPW endorses Council's plan that the function of these races, so we're talking about water races here, will shift from being a source of productive water to one of more ecological values outcome. And I know that CPW will be coming to talk to Council through the development stages of the long-term plan. Submitter 217 is Ainsley Williams, is in favour of option 3 with the rating, which is no rate increase. 218 is being spoken to by Alan Thorne at the end of today. Submission 219 is John Harcourt, so there should be no rates increase for 2021. 222 is a detailed submission from Taumutu Runanga. If we go to page 219, there are 12 summarised points, starting with discussions around contribution to Tipa or Muki running costs. So this is something that has been discussed between representatives of Taumutu and Council for quite some time, and the challenge are on a number of issues there to continue those conversations going. If we go to page 223, their second suggestion is that SDC commences discussions with Taumutu, focusing on establishing a two-year-like relationship, and that has certainly been discussed, brought to the table by the Mayor during their previous meetings. If we go over to page 226, submitter 223 is Dean Parker, who is writing in support of the upgrade and development of the walking track that links Colgate and Glen Tunnel. Alison Syme has submitted 224. She's concerned that Melbourne rural rates have a much higher proposed percentage change than other rural rates, suggests Prebleton and Lincoln should not progress until community facilities should not progress until further consideration, and water supply charges should be on a more equal user pays basis. Submitter 225 is Mike Davies. He submits that his proposal is to install an all-weather walking and bike track between the bridge at Colgate and the bridge at Glen Tunnel on the base of the hill. And he says if some funding was available, this would quickly become a reality. Submitter 227 Anne Curtis comments on proposals with respect to the Selwyn Huts deed of licence. 228 is Chris and Jane Thwaites, who have made a detailed submission to support a bluff track trail in the annual plan, and they give some technical details there, as they did to the Melbourne Community Board at a recent clinic held in Glen Tunnel. Submission 229, Tracy and Ricky Rolleston, making some observations on the Selwyn Huts draft deed of licences. Submission 231 is Newman Incorporation Limited. In respect to water charges, they say the land developers prior to getting their 224C are required to pay a sum of money against water infrastructure. This deems for the increased demand, therefore we see no justification to increase water charges. And the final page is 232, Windwhistle Winter Sports Club, and they fully support a scheme for recycling and rubbish in their area, similar to the one in Arthur's Pass and Castle Hill. So with that, Mr. Mayor, we have received now all of the written submissions to our draft annual plan for 2021.
Thank you for that. So councillors, we will also receive anyone that is unable to attend today at the end of the day, but other than that, it will just be the people who are presenting in person who we're yet to consider. And first up today is Lucy White. Lucy, thank you for joining us. If you'd like to take a seat at the front of the room. Lucy, thank you for taking the time to write your initial submission, which has been circulated to all councillors, and they've had time to read that. And today's an opportunity for you to highlight anything within that you'd like to for us, or any new information you'd like to bring to our attention. We'll just note that Lucy has brought some extra paperwork which we've given to Naomi, which will be circulated to everyone as well, but you're welcome to read through that and present that this morning too. There's a microphone that's in front of you, and if you just press the right hand button, a little red light comes on, and you'll be audible in the room. And there's a video in front of you on the tripod sitting out in the middle of the room, and this has been streamed on the council website just for your information. So I want to say thank you for coming in person. I think it's really great when people spend the time to come and actually tell us in person what's going on. Your submission, I think, carries a bit more weight when we get to hear from you directly, and also be able to interact and ask some questions. So we've allowed 10 minutes for this, and I'll just hand over to you, and away you go.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am here today as a ratepayer of Selwyn to make my submission on the proposed changes to the annual plan in light of the global pandemic and effects of COVID-19. Before I begin my submission, I would like to present a printout to be circulated after this of the discussion regarding the proposed rates increase from the West Melton Community Facebook page. I note this wasn't included in the Facebook comments and posts section, and it generated a lively debate. The sentiment is overwhelmingly in favour of a rates freeze as a minimum. The long-term plan talks of an average rates rise of 4% per year for 10 years. Said fast, that doesn't sound too painful. However, due to compounding, this actually ends up being a 48% rates rise over 10 years. When you take into account inflation, this still ends up being a rates rise of 32% in actual terms. This thinking demonstrates a clear pattern by the council that you are comfortable living outside your financial means with large rates increases that well outstrip inflation. This shows a clear disconnect with reality. I have examined the budget sheets and annual reports issued by the council, and Selwyn is in an enviable financial position compared to a number of other councils around New Zealand. The Infometrics report commissioned recently highlights that Selwyn is in a position to take advantage of domestic migration, but to do this, I believe we need to make Selwyn a desirable place to live and work, one where the council works for and listens to its people. I would like to address the options that you provided to the ratepayers for consideration. The level of rates increase proposed in the long-term plan are reckless in good times and ruinous in the current climate. The first option to proceed with the status quo, with the advantage being that it doesn't, and I quote, necessitate the need to adjust budgets and spending plans, is not a sign of any critical thinking and analysis of the situation we face. To have this presented as a viable option is lazy thinking and insulting to the ratepayers of Selwyn, many who face increasing job and financial uncertainty. If your ratepayers are having to rethink their budgets, why should the council be exempt from this? Option 2, with the delay of a rates rise and then a sharp increase in the future, is no real option, as it does not address the core issue of council spending. It seeks to postpone the issue and requires little effort on the part of the council to enact. Option 3, this should be the minimum the council is considering. I note from previous financial reporting in the financial year 18-19 that the council had rates revenue of $1.2 million above what was forecast, yet the savings was not passed on to the ratepayers in the next financial year, which saw a rates increase of an average of 6.5% across the district. I also note that the interim budget for financial year 19-20 is showing a surplus for rates revenue, but the council has already earmarked this for new capital expenditure, which shows a lack of understanding of the situation we currently find ourselves in. Option 4, which is a rates reduction, is the only viable option, and which I believe should have been proposed and presented to the ratepayers. With a projected trebling of unemployment rates in Selwyn, coupled with a decline in house prices and a deep and long recession upon us, these are extraordinary times. So how do we achieve this? I believe there are a number of key areas where the energy of the council should be focused. The council needs to instigate a zero-based budget, whereby everything is off until it is deemed necessary, rather than trying to trim costs here and there in an unsustainable manner. This will involve a detailed analysis of all current and future spending to determine if this meets the intent of the Local Government Act, which spells out what councils are required to provide. It has long been the call from councillors to throw the challenge out to the community and say, where do you think we should find savings? The reality is, this isn't the job of the ratepayer, but the job given to you as councillors, advised by your executive team. The council should be going to their executive team and saying, we want to institute a rates decrease, and then they should be presented with different options to achieve this intent. We pay a large sum of money for the Selwyn District Council staff. I have no argument with paying people well to attract and retain top talent, but the input from said talent seems to be lacking in the draft annual plan. Personnel costs make up 40% of the council's budget, and with 20% of your full-time equivalents earning $100,000 or more, this is an obvious place to start to realise some savings. The council has over $1 billion in assets, including an income in financial year 18-19 of nearly $10 million from interest and cash. It is prudent financial management to have a rainy day fund, and this 1-in-100-year event is very much that rainy day. Moving forward, there should be an immediate rewrite of the long-term plan, as it is very clear that what was viable even 3 months ago is no longer viable now. I note in your annual plan that the council is bringing forward a number of projects from as far out as 2028. Analysis now needs to be done to see if these are to be deferred. I encourage you to recognise that the decision you are going to make requires an understanding of the harsh new reality of this post-lockdown economy. Regarding some of your other options put forward for consideration, in regards to Prebbleton, it will be foolhardy to proceed to spend tens of millions of dollars at this point in time and burden the ratepayers further. I support deferring community centre, as the location and type of facility required has not yet been determined. Leaston, regarding the Leaston Community Centre, this is not scheduled to be built until 25-26. The requirements for this facility should be revisited once the long-term plan has been rewritten. To spend money now on consultants before this rewrite has occurred would be a disservice to the ratepayers of Selwyn. The optimist in me hopes that you'll take on board the submissions and resistance to a rates increase, which is the overwhelming view of the Selwyn community. The cynic in me believes you are conducting these hearings because you are required to and have no real interest or desire to initiate the change and strong leadership we need in these times. I challenge you to prove the cynic in me wrong. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy, for that. I can reassure you that this is not just 2 days that we love spending listening to people. This is genuine, and we value the feedback. And as I said at the beginning, thank you for taking the time. Councillors, is there any questions that you have for Lucy this morning? Councillor Lemon.
Yeah, thanks, Lucy. Very well thought through submission and presentation. I guess the question, it's a bit of the stock question, is if we're going to, and we are re-evaluating expenditure, and I've long said that the annual plan is probably not the crux point for this, it's the long-term plan, is to have this. We've been forced into a position, as we're still in lockdown, obviously, so we still don't know the effects of this. So I guess that evaluation to do properly, would you agree, would probably be a long-term discussion, which we're about to go into, or are you thinking we should, for want of a better term, slash and burn now?
I think there's a combination of both. I think that there are some immediate savings that do need to be made, that, you know, it is great to have a long-term plan, and the council has a financial position to be able to do that, but a number of your ratepayers don't. People who are facing unemployment don't know where their next paycheck is coming from. You know, they don't have the luxury of saying, "I will take some time to examine this." They need, you know, relief, and they need it now. I think it's a two-pronged approach to look at where you can make immediate savings and then forecast longer term with a rewrite of that long-term plan. I think the key question is that, you know, I always ask myself is, has the situation changed? And right now, yes, it has. Is the plan that you made for the old situation viable? No. Is it a contingency? Probably not. Does it require a complete new plan? Yes.
I think one of the things is a time constraint when we put these out, and obviously between when this was put out and where we are now, it's a snapshot of time, and that's difficult. So the feedback we're getting now is based on the knowledge we have today, not the knowledge we had then. As a comment I would make, but thank you very much for your presentation. I valued what you were saying.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions from councillors? No, Lucy, thank you for coming in, and we'll be deliberating on these, all the hearings over the next couple of weeks and getting back to people in the next couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Lloyd Cox, who isn't here yet. So Lloyd is. Lloyd, if you'd like to come to the front of the room if you're ready. Lloyd, thank you for taking the time to write the initial submission. That has all been read by councillors and circulated to them a week ago. If you're able to talk this morning on anything that's in that submission or anything new you'd like to bring to our attention today, we've allowed 10 minutes for this conversation, which will include some question and answers from people. There's a tripod in the middle of the room that's got a camera pointing at you, and this has been streamed on our council webpage. And I'll hand over to you, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Sam. The Leicester Community Committee, we've got 2 or 3 things here we want to speak about. And the first one is about the 3.5% rates increase. Now, we looked at this, and we do understand a lot of people are suffering. We have people in our own communities that are suffering. But the rates increase is almost like a shovel-ready job. It promotes work to be done within the district, and that allows employment to be done. So it's going to help the people, hopefully, that are unemployed, to be able to get some work. If we pull back on rates, that means less work has been done within the districts, therefore there's less employment around. The other thing that we wanted to highlight in the council website, repayment of rates. We see that you can pay fortnightly and monthly in your rates. A lot of people on benefits, they get their check every 2 weeks, and they portion little bits and pieces out of that every 2 weeks. It'd be really good if the council could bring that information forward on the website where people can see it and promote it, because I know a lot of pensioners they do budget day to day, and if they can see there's a way out rather than paying quarterly or even monthly, it would be a way to help that part of the community out. Moving on to the Leicester Community Centre and medical centre / library and all that sort of thing. We have not had a community centre in Leeston since 1952 for one reason or another. And this is something that's been on our radar since I've been on the committee for over 20 years. There's been a lot of procrastination and mucking around and that's gone on in the intervening period. And that we would, whilst the medical centre and the library has come from out of left field when we after starting this latest round on the community centre, we believe that we want to continue on with it whilst in tandem looking at those other two buildings or other buildings, other facilities. We don't want things to be stalled just to look at all that and start the whole process again. This process that we're on now has been going, we've had three investigations and reports written in the last 10 years. I don't think any other community centre has been more reported than ours by consultants. So let's just keep going with it. I heard the other speaker say it wasn't programmed to be 25, 26. Here again, as another reason to promote building work within the community. Let's let the council go out and borrow some money and start building some of these projects. Don't wait on rates all the time. Don't overburden the rates. Just get out there and borrow the money you have for other facilities within the district. So why don't think of that as another point of view? We want to thank the council as far as the Leeston North Stormwater Bypass goes. This is another project that's been going for over 20 odd years to alleviate the flooding in Leeston. For those of you who don't know, Leeston's flooded basically ever since the day it was built in 1865 with water out of the Clinchy swamp. So we've been progressively nipping away at it every year. Please don't lift the foot, keep going at it. It will improve the town and a lot of issues around the flooding. The other item that I want to speak about quickly is the cemetery pit. Much fanfare a few years ago, the cemetery pit was opened as a recreation reserve for the community. There's plantings and great plans what we're going to do down there and all that sort of carry on. So basically what happened, there was the water table rose in one portion of that area of the pit that we were looking at, fenced off, and then the council locked the gate. So it's never been promoted from the day one when it was opened by the mayor of the day, and nothing's happened. Now it's time. We've got this cycleway between Leeston and Dalston just about complete. It's looking great. It was proposed that there be a cycleway down the track between Southbridge and Leeston, and this is halfway between the two townships. I could see this as being like a mini Bottle Lake. You got the old plantation alongside the area that was being done up. It'd be a great Bottle Lake equivalent for us in our community. I see there's some work being done down there recently. For what reason, I don't know. There's only really wasteland at the moment, so there's a great big dish in there now where it was just all slash and burn basically previously. So the cemetery pit job it has a lot to do with the well-being of the community. Be able to get out, bike the 2.5 miles down to the thing with the family, do some stuff down there, and let's sort out the issue with the water. We know we can't have running water through there, so let's get rid of it and go for it. That's it, boys and girls.
Thanks, Lloyd. You were referring to Councillor Lemon's old farm down there at Clinchy Swamp earlier. No, that was your,
He was part of it, yeah, but long before him.
Lloyd, just wondering about the builds and the things that you talked through, particularly the Leeston Community Centre and also Cemetery Pit. So the Leeston Community Centre obviously is not scheduled in the next couple of years. It's a little bit further out.
Yep.
And we were surprised with the analysis around the medical centre and the library, and that needed a rethink from us. And now obviously COVID there's another rethink. And so in the last 6 months, there's been two things that have hit us around that particular project. And there's a lot of pressure to think about how we might delay projects and reevaluate their necessity or how they might be delivered differently for communities. is there another way of delivering the services for Leaston that isn't construct another building similar to what you've got, that would provide library and medical centre type services for Leaston, and thinking about what sort of community space is actually required?
That's what consultation's all about, Sam. There's too many irons in the fire. You're dealing with the private business and the council building now, the medical centre. So there's probably 2 or 3 ways of slicing that piece of cake up. The community need to have a proper go at talking about it, have some proposals. There's other land in the town that can be used for these projects. The Leaston Township is almost doubled in size since the Christchurch earthquakes. And it's still growing. There's still subdivision work being done. So why should we pull back? I mean, these projects will promote work, will promote employment. Don't pull back. The council is not poor. Let's get out there and promote work.
Councillors, any questions for Lloyd? Councillor Reid.
Thanks, Lloyd, for your presentation. You said cycleway between Southbridge and Leaston. Is that in our cycleways plan?
No, it was talked about early on, and it's never really been progressed because it was talked about at the time that Cemetery Pit was done up, and that was one of the proposals at the time.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I saw that cycleway to Lloyd, and at the time I think it was Councillor McKevity and some of the locals were quite keen, and Councillor Barnett, and having a voluntary diggers and farmers getting together and making a shingle coated track at relatively low cost to the council, but I think it was postponed, which was disappointing. What we've been hearing a lot, Lloyd, is probably, and you might reflect it, is there's a lot of submitters saying 0 rates increase and defer Leaston. But a lot of those submitters come from areas where they've got brand new facilities, and the last submitter is a classic, living in West Melton, a brand new building, but they're happy to cancel yours. Yeah. So I guess I'm sort of trying to reflect, how do you as a community feel about that feedback coming to you?
Oh, it's all right. It's a bit of not my backyard stuff. A lot of the communities have really got on board and done something and joined up different organisations to make something work, put up new facilities. The council had built a lot of new facilities in the rural towns, and I think West Melton had a community centre prior to getting a new one. But as I said, the last community centre we had was way back in the 50s, 60s. And apart from that, there's been the use of private halls that we've been using, not as community centres, just as halls for hire. So the way that we live in our communities now is different to what it was even back in the 70s. People are now looking towards councils to provide facilities, to initiate initiatives within the community, to have the community to get together and do stuff. The days are gone that the bowling club did something, the football club did something, and the tennis club did something. It's now around entertainment, it's around family groups and kids groups and music stuff, life's just completely changed. And we're really behind the 8 ball in Leaston.
Thank you. Councillor Plant.
Yeah, just one thing. I accept that in good times we'd be looking at putting up a new community centre for you, and there's no one here around this table more than me would like to see it, and I think that Leaston deserves it. But I do have to take umbrage a little bit at what was just said, and I think that Lucy White was speaking to the moment, and I'm quite sure that the West Melton community centre, if we were planning it now, we would be looking at it with different eyes. So just best to stick to the moment. At the moment, we are really we don't even know really what COVID-19 is going to hand up to us. What Lucy White was saying was, let's err on the side of caution, and I don't think she was specifically saying had anything against the Leaston Community Centre. She was making a very valid point that we as councillors, with what's been dumped on us, and someone said that earlier, have to tread with caution with all of the expenditure that we have in front of us. So whereas Leaston needs a community centre, so does a lot of other places need things too, and we as councillors over the next 2 weeks no doubt we'll be looking at their expenditure, not because we don't want Leaston or anyone else to have a new community centre or whatever, but because we as councillors have the responsibility of managing our budget.
Thank you, Jeff.
With respect, Councillor Bland, we shouldn't be lumped in with a lot of others that want community centres. This is something that's been worked on for a large number of years, and for whatever reason, it just hasn't got there. And why should we be lifting the foot off the pedal now? I mean, we really need a community centre to keep the people centralised in the town, not travelling all over the district, and be able to do those other things that we can do in other towns within our community. We're probably the fourth, probably largest town in the community, and there's a lot of other towns smaller than us have got nice community centres, and we've always been on the back burner.
Thanks, Lloyd, and thank you for emphasising bits of your submission to us this morning. We'll be deliberating on all of the submissions over the next couple of weeks and communicating that back over the next couple of months. So again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Lloyd Cox hasn't joined us, so Elisha is here. Elisha, if you'd like to come to the front. Young Ebert from Federated Farmers, the submission is on page 8 through 16, sorry, in today's booklet. Paul Jarman, you're going to... Great. Paul, take a seat at the front as well. Elisha and Paul, we have received your written submission, so thank you for giving that to us. That has been circulated to councillors over a week ago, and so you can take that as read. This morning is really an opportunity for you to emphasise anything that was in that submission that you'd like to reinforce, or to bring any new information to us. This morning we've allowed about 10 minutes for this interaction, and that will include some question and answers from councillors at the end. The microphone, Elisha, sitting in front of you at the moment, and if Paul is going to be speaking, maybe just move it across to between the two of you. It'll pick up your voices quite clearly. There's a tripod in the middle of the room that's got a camera on it, and this meeting is being streamed on our council website. So I'll just hand it to you, and if you want to take us through your submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors and Major Broughton. I'm Alicia Young-Ebert from Federated Farmers. With me is one of our members from Selwyn, Paul Jarman. Thank you for permitting me to speak on our submission today. I emphasise 3 points from our submissions: the rates, the water charges, and the impact of wider regulatory changes on the rural community. Federated Farmers appreciates the council took some time to reconsider its proposed rate increases and sought feedback from its community. The proposed average of 3.5% is nowhere near what is proposed for rural properties. Their increases are between 5.4 and 7.3%, which is significant. One of our members is already paying $60,000 a year in rates. Even at the lowest end of that range at 5.4%, his rate bill will increase by $3,200. We have also received feedback from some of our members who are paying rates to maintain water races, which have little to no benefit to them. I know one member who pays almost $16,000 to maintain water races on his property that he does not use. Farmers are prominent supporters of grassroots businesses and communities. Whatever savings they can find will almost certainly go back to supporting the businesses in Selwyn, to maintaining their farm assets. We urge the council to reduce the extent of the rate increase for the coming year. We believe the council is in a strong financial position to lower the increase and find savings or funding elsewhere. We think the 8% increase for water services is too high, especially based on a risk report that says degradation could occur, not would. We do appreciate you need ratepayer funding to ensure ongoing good quality water services throughout the district, so we would support a much smaller increase. The impact of COVID-19 restrictions will be felt for some time, and the projection about water quality in the next few years can be managed within this lower increase for now. Farmers have invested significant sums to improve water quality on their farm. They do not need to bear any more costs. We encourage the council to seek more funding from central government for Three Waters reform, as recommended in the recent report to Cabinet. Farmers are going to face wider financial constraints from the incoming changes to Three Waters reform, the freshwater package, the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, and the revised district plan. The Federation does support moving towards improved environmental outcomes, but the actual cost of implementing these aspirations is much higher than what central government has projected. The councils equally will be expected to increase capability and funds to meet these requirements. From a farmer's perspective, these regulations will require them to apply for more resource consent, build more fences which have to be maintained, and change the way they operate their farms. With a move to manage well what Indigenous biodiversity is left in our country, the focus will be on tightly controlling what farmers can plant or remove. If you have an area that is considered a significant natural area, that area won't be productive in terms of farming, but it will, of course, yield a wider public good for our environment. However, when rates are calculated, it is based on a property's capital value. That capital value does not account for the loss of production and the cost of maintaining Indigenous biodiversity, which will include pest management as well. That is unfair to our farmers. They are proud stewards of our land, and they get little recognition for it. The council has a contestable funding scheme to help with maintaining the natural environment for those who live in Selwyn. That fund is only $75,000 a year. Most farmers will tell you the cost of maintaining wetlands or Indigenous plants on their farm alone will easily cost that total sum in 1 year. The contribution from your rural community in terms of rates is significant, and they will be widely relied on to help the country to recover economically. Add to that, they will be expected to meet the incoming changes to your district plan and central government regulations for water and biodiversity. The rates they contribute could be better used to support their work. They should not go to community hubs they won't use. Set aside more funding to support them to meet these new regulations. We also encourage the council to push for more central government funding to implement these new regulations, especially for freshwater and for the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity. Thank you. Mr. John, do you want us to add something?
Thank you, Alicia. I'm happy to take questions on any farming aspects of what Alicia's talked about in support of the Federated Farmers submission. I might just make a couple of comments first in relation to what she said. As a dairy farmer, we do support much of what is proposed in the freshwater package. We do support focus on farm environment plans. There's a lot of good things happening within those. We do support the holding of the line on further intensification of farming in any catchments or zones where the water quality is under pressure. So there's much of that package that we are in support of. However, we are faced with a raft of new controls on farming, particularly in dairying, and some aspects of those are and will be costly in the future. Things like stock holding areas, feedlots are now under strong control for containing runoff. New controls on intensive winter grazing of forage crops. Each paddock, for example, for a winter forage crop now has to have its own management plan to ensure that we look after any sensitive areas, any runoff, and the way that that's managed is all detailed in the farm environment plan. And while we support these plans, I've just been through that exercise in the past 12 months. The cost of consultancy to prepare the plan and get things right and to do the plan itself was in the order of 10,000 per farm. Hopefully that might get a bit less in the future when we get good at it, but to get it right, it's not an inexpensive exercise. So it's one of those things that is putting a range of new expenses in front of farmers. The main one that arises to me from Alicia's comments is the stock water races. As a dairy farmer, I have several kilometres of stock water races through the farm, which I can't use at all. They all have to be fenced off. That in itself creates new costs. The cleaning is difficult. The fencing has to be sprayed so the electric fences don't short out. There's a bunch of new costs attached to that for something that we can't use. The main benefit now of water races, as we see it, is largely environmental, and Therefore, it seems slightly unfair that the costs remain sheeted home to the farming community for what's more an environmental benefit to the wider community. As I said, I'm happy to take any further questions in support of Alicia. Thank you.
Thank you. And Alicia, thank you for taking the time. Sorry, I called you Elisha before too. Alicia,
People do.
thank you for taking the time during lockdown to be present in the recovery meetings for the district and offering the farming feedback that was very valuable. And a number of things that you've raised have been raised by others, and particularly around water races, and Paul, your comments at the end there are echoed by others, and water races haven't been a major topic for consultation and change right now, but are certainly in our thinking around the long-term plan and making sure that we have a wide consultation with our community on what the cost changes would be right across both urban and rural people, those connected to water races and not, because the changes would be really all very significant. So thank you for highlighting that again for us today. On water, I'm just interested in your comments, particularly around the user pays, and if we were to increase, would it be more towards the volumetric charging you would like to see the increase, or would you rather see it as a flat increase across just a user charge rather than a volumetric charge?
I think in the submission we made it quite clear we would prefer what was originally proposed, which was 4%. I'm going to look at the table that sort of illustrated how the numbers would play out on the three options. And while the volumetric is something that would be beneficial to the behaviour of someone using water in the district, it's still costly. It does play out more. And that's not if they use more water, it's the same amount of water they're using right now. When you're using it at the benchmark here is, for example, 365 cubic meters a year. That number shifts in option 3. And it actually still ends up being more than even the 8%. So that economically doesn't make much sense if you were just looking at it from a numbers point of view. I think the 4 is probably the best compromise right now, given where we are as a district.
Thank you. Mark and Murray, so I didn't see who put that. Mark, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission. I just had a couple of questions. In your discussion of the rating options, you talk about the increases lowered across different rate classes. Are you proposing that Selwyn creates different rate classes? We don't have at present any differential rating. Are you proposing that we should have?
My concern was the way the general rate is impacting strongly on rural. We're Melbourne rural in our area with the proposed increase of around 7%, double the district average. So that is the concern to me, and a lot of that impact will be coming from water race rates, so I understand it. Alicia?
Yeah, that is at the highest end of the rural increase range. I mean, and that's why I think it is a bit of a misnomer to say on average, because the higher end of that average is sitting well and truly in the rural district. Yeah, and for Melbourne, that is the highest number.
Okay, so you weren't proposing that we create a differential rating system, differential rating for rural versus urban versus business. You were just using it as an illustration of different property types rather than rating classes.
Well, the differential system already appears to be there when you look at the changes between certain sectors of the community in terms of the proposed rate increase.
Okay, thank you. The second question I had was around your submission on the new wastewater system for Darfield and QE, where you're supporting a mixed funding model. Is by that, are you supporting that the district subsidise the construction of the wastewater scheme for Darfield and QE rather than the user pay system that we've always used to date on construction of wastewater schemes?
I think that all the 4 options, and because it is a very preliminary consideration at the moment, that the options that you put forward were all worth considering. That you could actually, and then because, yeah, I mean, we understand that it's a very costly infrastructure to build. So the mixed funding could be an option as opposed to just strictly targeted or user pays. You could actually have it considered as the mixed funding. You know, you had about 4 options in there that you could actually integrate all 4 into it. to kind of spread out the costs.
Thank you. Councillor Lehman.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Hi, Alicia, good to see you again. And Paul, thanks for presenting. Largely my questions have been asked, but I think perhaps I was going to ask a question around rating structure as well, and it's something I've challenged Federated Farmers in the past, is to come with a view as to how they would see a more equitable spread. And I guess ultimately that's our job to do that, but within the constraints of the way we're able to set rates, it is extremely difficult. Until recently, I paid rural rates as well, and it is an enormous frustration to see that rise going up, what appears to be exponentially. So I'll throw that challenge out again, whether we have a different model, and if we are able to do a rates review as in a rates review as in the way we collect rates or set rates, rather than how we're actually asking rates apportionment to be now. So I'll leave that on the table. But Paul, the frustration again, and as has been said, the water races particularly, just interested in your comments around if you were to retain, if there was some ecological value in a race across your property, and I'm sorry, I'm making it very personal here, would you support and be able to support keeping that race open if the spread of the cost of that environmental need was spread more evenly across the district rather than falling predominantly on yourself?
That's exactly, Councillor, what I'm suggesting. Yes, that it needs to be spread wider because it seems to impact very heavily on landowners at the present time, whereas the benefit often is an environmental benefit for ponds and recreation, whatever, and as an emergency firefighting source, which is at times a very valued emergency use to the community. So that's what I'm suggesting.
So we've had a system agreed at last LTP where we set a differential rate, and it takes some period of time to fully expand out in the projected things. Do you think it's time for a review of that again?
I agree.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
G'day, Paul and Alicia. Unlike Mark and Murray, wanted to reflect what I've been hearing from rural communities about the general rate level of burden that you're facing, particularly around the fact that rural ratepayers on analysis are somewhere paying between 30 and 40% of their rates bill as general rate funded, whereas analysis of urban properties suggests it's around that 15 to 16%. So it doesn't take much of rocket scientists to work out that rural ratepayers are in effect subsidising growth. And probably I'd challenge Murray's comments around having identified and challenged you to find a problem. My view is that having you identified the problem and challenged us, it's probably our problem to try and find a solution. So I'd sort of reverse that comment. But have you got any further reflection on that about how you see that, I guess the unfair, what I'm being told is the unfair burden of you subsidising urban growth?
That's obviously been a concern to the farming community for a long time, and we have pushed for greater use of uniform annual charge in the past. I don't know at the moment whether council has more scope to use that, but we would support that if you can. But short of that, I think this is a national problem where we need to somehow sheet home the real costs of social services in the community to more of those who at the present do not appear to pay much towards those services. So that, as I say, is something in the legislation which would need to be addressed at a central government level.
I think if I may go back to Murray's question around how much better we could allocate the rates, as I said, touched on at the end. I don't know. I suspect that most farmers would probably be more amenable to the rates that they have now if they can see that those rates really support them and the environmental outcomes that they have to meet. And this comes through district plans. This comes through Canterbury regional plans. And these are the tensions that exist between the urban development and the environmental protection measures that we have. It's an uneasy conversation, but it exists and it will exist for a very, very long time. So those rates, they don't account for a lot of the stuff that farmers do on their farm right now that sit outside the rates base, but is still something they do to meet district plan or regional plan rules. So if there was more apportionment portion from the rate base towards those environmental outcomes, which serve as much public good as quality, affordable housing, that I think would be really appreciated by the farmers. And also the other thing I suggested was that central government initiatives like the freshwater, those things are going to come down on district plans and also on the farmers. And so the position for Federated Farmers has always been, if that's a central government initiative, then central government really needs to step up. So we're not asking for the district to push themselves, but they are in a position to write to central government and say, these are very expensive implementation outcomes you're looking for. We don't want our ratepayers to bear it all. You need to find more central funding to bring about these outcomes.
Thank you for those comments, and we certainly have advocated to the government for that. We have got the different. We've got the set portion of our rates as high as possible. So the uniform annual general charge is as high as possible as allowed within legislation. And any new changes would need to be legislative changes from the government, which we would support and have asked for. And unfortunately, the government has come back and said the current rating system is fit for purpose. So yeah, that was a bit of a slap in the face for rural ratepayers right across the country. The areas that we can change is where we currently have taken targeted rates, but where within those rates there are different ways or different percentages of where things have been paid, and I guess that is where the discussion has been for councillors and will continue next week through deliberations and particularly next year through the long-term plans. So thank you for taking the time and coming in today. You presented your case well, and we'll report back to you in the coming months. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lloyd Cox is not joined us. Our next presenter is via Zoom. Suki Thompson is joining us via Zoom, and
I'm here in the Zoom meeting. Can you see me and hear me?
We can see you and hear you, Suki. So thank you for joining us today. Councillors, it's on pages 17 through 19 of today's agenda. Suki, we've allowed 10 minutes for this, and there's a chance for you to be able to highlight anything in your initial submission, and thank you for giving us that written submission. Councillors have had that for the last week and have been able to read it, so you don't need to go through that word for word, but highlight anything that's in there, and if there's any new information you'd like to present to us, you're more than welcome to, and there will be some questions, no doubt, at the end. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very much indeed. It's fantastic to be able to join you via Zoom and be in the Selwyn District Council office, sitting in my Rod Donald Trust office out here on Banks Peninsula. So I will share my screen. I have got a PowerPoint to show you. Let's see if that works now. So can you see my screen right there with the PowerPoint on it?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Well, yes, thank you for this opportunity to make a submission. I'd like to start by just introducing the Rod Donald Banks Peninsula Trust. So what we are is a charitable CCO of the Christchurch City Council, and we were established in 2010. So we've been going for 10 years now. And our objectives are the sustainable management and conservation on Banks Peninsula through improvement of parks, walkways and biodiversity. And I've drawn an outline here of our territorial boundary, and you'll see it doesn't include the sort of Selwyn side of the Port Hills or the Christchurch side. This is because the original funding for our trust came from the Banks Peninsula District Council when it dissolved in 2005. So in that 10 years that we've been going, we have developed a vision statement. I'll read out the English version, which is developing environmental guardians of the future to improve public walking and biking access, enhancing biodiversity, promoting knowledge, and working in partnership with others who share our commitment to Banks Peninsula. So we essentially do our work on four core pillars. We work to improve public walking and biking access. We work to support enhancements to biodiversity. We work to promote knowledge about Banks Peninsula and to work in partnership with others. And just to give you some idea of the sort of things we've done, this is a map of Banks Peninsula showing some of our access and biodiversity projects. Some that would be particularly relevant to Selwyn are our Te Arapataka tramping network, which takes people all the way from Gebby's Pass, so very close to Selwyn, all the way through to the Akaroa crater with lots of different connections. And some of you may be aware of our Rod Donald hut, which we have up here, which provides a second night of accommodation and has been wonderful for introducing families and children to tramping because it is so close to the urban area. In terms of biodiversity, we have been purchasing land and doing helping others to do ecological restoration work. And one of the principal things that we have funded was a pilot goat eradication trial at the beginning of the pest-free Banks Peninsula initiative. So just to sort of talk about how we see connections with Selwyn, that's a map that I'm putting up here. It's on our website. We have a website called bpwalks.co.nz, which maps all the walks on Banks Peninsula. And you can see all these lovely connections up the hills here from Christchurch, but then here in the Selwyn area, we don't have any connections, any recreational connections up from Selwyn. And what we're really seeking from you is to create links from places like Taitapu up to the crater rim so that people can then join our Te Arapataka tramping network and head on to Akaroa, people from Selwyn, and also links through to the Little River Rail Trail so people can enjoy that wonderful cycle around the lakes to Little River. I think we have two goals in our strategic plan. One is a network of well-managed walking and biking trails that provide free access and connect major communities, and also that unformed legal roads are used as a delivery tool. And we note with interest in your walking and cycling strategy that you do have an action plan suggesting that a Port Hills recreational access and use strategy could be developed. And we really want to hold out a hand saying, yes, that is exactly where we're coming from. We'd like to be part of that as you develop this, and perhaps we can be of some assistance, but we'd certainly like to see those connections up from Selwyn. And in our submission to your long-term plan back in 2018, we made various suggestions as to where those connections could be using unformed legal roads and formed legal roads. So connections up to the Summit Road using Burke's Bush and Gherkins Road, and connections coming down to join up with the rail trail. So I won't spend any more time on that because we have already presented that to you in 2018. The other thing that I'd like to speak about is our support for pest-free Banks Peninsula. And I don't know if you've already heard from the Pest-Free Banks Peninsula group, but we are, as is Selwyn, one of the original signatories to the Memorandum of Understanding that set up this Pest-Free Banks Peninsula Collective. And now we'd like to talk a little about what we've done with it. We funded the original goat eradication trial on Banks Peninsula, where all these goats were rounded up in the Little Akaloa Valley, trying out a new hunting methodology. They were captured in pens and then in a farmer's shed, and then they were trucked off to the North Island, where they were actually sold for to an abattoir, I believe. So the value of the goats wasn't completely lost, but over 270 goats were taken out of that single catchment. So the impact that they were having, you can see what wonderful, sleek and healthy animals they are, what impact they were having eating our native biodiversity. And now we've moved on from that to the actual Pest-Free Banks Peninsula Collaborative. This is the phase 1 plan, is to start over here and do eradication on what's called the wild side, but then to also set up this effective control and reinvasion buffer zone, which does include the Selwyn part of Banks Peninsula. And so what we're looking for from Selwyn is your support for Banks-Free Peninsula, as well as signing up by putting budget provision, a fairly modest budget provision in your annual plan, and having that in subsequent years, with reference to this Te Kahu Kahukura project, which is over on the Southern Port Hills, and continued collaboration, and particularly in the policy area, that there's an alignment of Selwyn District Council pest control policy decisions and operational work with the Pest-Free Banks Peninsula program. alignment with the 2050 ecological vision for Banks Peninsula, and a long-term plan increase in the total amount of funding available through the Selwyn Natural Environment Plan. So that's really what I wanted to say. Here's one of our wonderful hills, Mount Herbert, Mount Bradley, with incredible views over Selwyn. There's the connection up there. We'd like your people to be able to connect through to our people and enjoy our recreational networks. So I'm very happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Suki. And we have had a number of presentations from others concerned with pest eradication on Banks Peninsula, and also connection to the Summit Road through the back of Tautapu. Very impressive image of half a tree, just one slide back, so thank you for including that. If there are any questions from councillors this morning. There's none. It's a very clear presentation from you. Thank you for taking the time to join us via Zoom, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, thank you very much. And when Selwyn does develop its action plan, we would be very happy to participate. Thank you.
Before you leave, sorry, Suki, if you just stay there, there is actually a question from Councillor Reid.
No, I was just wondering if you're able to email through that presentation that you sent.
Yes, I'll email it through to Naomi.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks
Thank you very much.
See ya.
Bye.
Our next presenter is the Cliffs Township Committee, and Liz Weir and friends. Liz, you want to take a seat up the front of the room?
Thanks, Neil. That's great. Thanks for accommodating me at the last minute. So just great. Great. This is to go down? Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Liz, thank you for taking the time to write your initial submission to us. That has been circulated and read by all councillors prior to today's hearing. You're welcome to highlight anything in that initial submission you'd like, or speak to anything new that you'd like to bring to our attention today. We've allowed 10 minutes for this conversation, which will probably include some questions at the end from councillors. And I'll just hand the floor to you and just acknowledge that there's a tripod in the middle of the room that's got a video camera pointing at you. And this is being streamed on council's website. So thank you.
You could put a bag over it for me. Thank you. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak to the Cliffs Township Committee's submission. This is Sue Ragg. She's the chairperson. I'm Liz Weir. I'm a committee member. And also here is Jody Thompson, and she is the former chairperson of the Cliffs Township Committee. In 2018, the Township Committee made a submission asking for a walkway through the Cliffs Village, and the council decided that it wouldn't be considered until 2032 because there were difficult parts of the Cliffs Road which would be a challenge. We decided that we might tackle that challenge, and we decided to ask the landowner whose property abuts Breakneck Corner, which is the most difficult part, asked him if he could possibly come on board with doing that part, and then asking the council to do the easier parts. So the landowner whose property abuts the most difficult section was approached, and he agreed to allow work to begin on the land. So from the picture you can see up there, oh, you can't actually touch that, can I? Anyway, it goes for the yellow bits are Glen Tunnel, the red bit is the difficult part which we've undertaken, and then the yellow bit is the next section which goes to the Cliffs Township boundary. So I'll let Sue Ragg tell you what we've done so far, because she and her family were instrumental in making this happen.
Good morning. As Liz said, we've had discussions with people in the community, but also we had a positive feedback with a discussion with Selwyn District Council staff earlier this year. And we just decided to tackle this 500 metres on the road, which is the most dangerous part. So an agreement was drawn up between Evan Frew, a landowner, Andy Keating, farm manager, and Mark Ragg, principal fencer, because it required the removal of deer fencing. We approached Neil Walker Contracting and had a site meeting with Andy and Mark and told Neil that he'd be paid for his work, but maybe not very promptly. And being community minded, he was okay with this loose arrangement. Over April and May, the fences were taken down. Neil began forming the track. Fences were re-erected. Shingle donated from a local farm was also helped keep the costs down. The old railway bridge abutments are suitable for the bridge that's required to go over the culvert, and we've had a few stumbling blocks with this. But recently, a local builder, James Hunt, has offered his time freely to take this from planning to completion because it does require a building consent. The engineer and architect involved are also reducing their fee by 50%. And it would be great to eventually have an information board at the bridge telling the story of the railway. Once the bridge is erected, the next section of fences can be done, and in the interim, Neil will carry on with the track formation. We intend to erect barriers at the track end as it merges with the road, and some signage may be necessary. Although the project has involved a very small number of people due to the nature of taking down deer fences, you don't actually require half the village there. There have been many offers of help, and as you can see by the petition attached to our submission, there's a great deal of support for this part of the walkway and for it to be completed township to township as soon as possible. We went ahead with this project with blind faith that we could fund it. There's an application with the Melbourne Lions held up due to COVID-19, but we should hear from them in the next couple of weeks, and we may need to do some fundraising. And we also appreciate that we have been able to use the township's discretionary funds. So like Liz said, that section, that picture before, just that one, the red section is what we have 50% completed already, and in the next couple of months, the other part of it will be completed. Thank you.
I'll just show you a few pictures. So this, for those of you who don't know White Cliffs, as you enter White Cliffs, there's quite a severe S-bend, which is very difficult to either walk on or cycle because there literally is no shoulder for you to go. So this is why we decided to tackle this part. That red line that you can see there, that's where the cycleway is now. So you can see a car coming around that bend. You don't have to go anywhere near it now. It goes up over the top. And here, just some quick pictures. So it's just gravel, it's not paved at all. That's at the other end. So as you come into White Cliffs, you would come onto the cycleway walkway there. It's kind of an acute angle at the moment, but that will change. And then it goes up and over the most difficult part. Actually, I don't know if there, whoops, okay, sorry, I thought there were other pictures there. So that's what we've done so far. I'm going to refer to the 2018 walking and cycling strategy document that the council put together. And in Appendix A, it shows this diagram of White Cliffs, and it shows the possible walkway that could be, or cycleway that could be through there. And it says that the ability to achieve this in places is questionable due to space constraints on the road. So the most challenging section of the road has been tackled by the community. We've done that space constrained section already. And this will greatly reduce cost to the council because that would have been a difficult section to do, but we just used the old Kiwi number 8 wire and community support, and we've done it at probably 1/100th of the cost it would have cost. Okay. So anyway, we've completed that section, and we're asking that the council bring that proposed cycleway forward. You have it in the proposal for 2032, and some of us will be riding tricycles by then. So we're asking you if you could bring it forward to 2020 to 21 budget and complete the 2 sections which are less difficult between the township. There's also a network township plan for White Cliffs roads and streets, and it outlines the council's proposals, I suppose, for the future for footpaths. And I don't know if I've got that, one moment. There it is there. And there's a prioritization methodology that's used by the council, that looks at, is it important as a linkage? Is it important in its place? And that section of the road between the township boundary and the White Cliffs domain has a very high score of 7. There are side streets proposed to have footpaths on them. They're only 300 meters long at most. They're very narrow and no one really ever cycles or walks on them. And we don't really seem to think that that's a priority. And there's not really much point in putting footpaths on side streets when we don't have a footpath on the main street for it to join up to. So our priority currently is for the council to finish the section between Glentull and the White Cliffs boundary. But ultimately, we would like that footpath to go through the township as well. There have been concerns with some people in the community about, well, you know, it might go past my mailbox, etc. We've had discussions and we feel that a really simple solution would be the current road that is there to just simply widen it by maybe 1.5 meters on one side with tarmac. So it's just the road is a bit wider and have a line down the side delineating vehicles, pedestrians, cyclists. Because I actually went out and measured the distance of the road in the village compared to the section of the road as you leave the township, the 100-meter, and the township is actually narrower than the section as you go out of town, which makes it difficult if you're cycling or walking. You have to get off the road onto the grass verge, and if you have a pushchair, it's very hard to do. So we think that that would be a really simple solution, just widen the road by 1.5 meters. It could be tarmac, just with a line, and it wouldn't be as costly as making a separate walkway as has been done from Colgate to Glentunnel, where it's a designated section off the road. We would be very happy with that. The demographics of the township have changed quite a lot too. Historically, it's been sort of a sleepy holiday park where older people may retire, but that's changed markedly since the earthquakes. It's now become an affordable and attractive permanent place for residents, and we guesstimate that there's probably over 200 adults and 69 children. And that to us is a really important thing. There are lots of children in Christchurch now, or sorry, Christchurch, White Cliffs, from Christchurch. And we think it's really important for them, if they choose to be able to walk or cycle to Glentunnel School. Currently, they can't do it. It's impossible, just too dangerous. So we would like the children to cycle or walk to school in a safe and fun way. We'd like parents to be able to push a stroller down to Glentunnel for a cup of coffee or to visit a friend. In fact, we'd like everyone to enjoy exercising on a safe, dedicated space for pedestrians and cyclists. So the council has received many submissions from Malvern Hills ratepayers asking you to justify the quite high increases over the last 3 years for our region. And we all know that a lot of the rates have been spent in this part of the district, which is growing, but we'd like you not to forget us over there. And by completing the cycleway between the two townships, ratepayers would see that money's being spent on something that can be used and enjoyed by Malvern residents in our own district. So thank you for the opportunity to submit on that point, and we're happy to answer any questions. And you're very welcome to come out and try our new cycleway.
Liz and Sue, thank you for that presentation. I wonder if you've actually considered running clinics for submitters on how to present a convincing argument. Built over a number of years, and councillors may remember the video of the cyclist trying to go around a bridge that we received a couple of years ago, and the policeman coming around the corner, just under the speed limit probably, as he came across the bridge. Thank you for the submission. It's been very encouraging to see the development occur, and I went and had a look over the last weekend, and it's just great to see where things are at. And I guess the ability for a local community just to get on with what's required, where council can give permission and then stand back and get out of the way, and allow you to do what you've done, and now be able to be challenged to come in and support the work that you have begun. I wonder just two things. Would those that have been involved so far be able to continue to finish the work if council were to fund it? Is it a funding question you're asking of us rather than a project management completion. What is the actual role you would like council to play in the completion of this cycleway?
The rest of the walkway would really be on council land, because we can't really ask the landowner to give up any more of his land. And the gap between his boundary fence and the road is reasonable to put a decent walkway down. It's quite straightforward, reasonably straightforward. So I guess it's funding and construction, really. It's both, yeah.
So if we were to give you permission to do the work on the roadside, would you be able to project manage and those that have already done the work continue with what's gone on, or do you need extra staff to be involved in the completion of it?
So you're saying if the council decide to fund it, would we be willing to manage it? I think so, yes. I'm providing something like Neil Walker or someone equivalent to Neil could do it, because yeah, the stumbling blocks, the bridge was a big stumbling block, and that's now been done. So funding Neil would definitely be a problem, that's for sure. And they're also on the section between where we've started and Glen Tunnel, there's a culvert there, and unfortunately I think it's sort of smack bang in the middle of where the path would go. So that would probably require a little bit of extra time and funding to move it over, but that's something that Neil Walker Contracting, that's what he does for a living. So.
Great, thank you. I'm not a cycleway expert, but it seems to me you've shown yourselves capable of doing some good work. So
I would like to add one thing, however, that we have done it, and it has really only been 2 or 3 people that have done it. And I personally think it's a lot to ask the 1 or 2 people that have done it to finish the next parts, which are quite extensive. So we could project manage it, but I think somebody would need to be paid to do it, because the main person who's done all this work has just had a baby son who's 4 months old. And, it's sort of, he's a great volunteer and he does a lot for his community, but I think that's a lot to ask for those people to carry on the next part. Like, they've done that part to say, let's get going, in the hopes that the council would see, we've done this, and then you come on board and do it.
Cool. Thank
So
you.
I personally would prefer that the council finished it as it did between Colgate and Glen Tunnel. There was funds to do that for that community, and I prefer to see the council do that, because there is a lot to do in our community and people are very generous. But I think mainly the Rags have done a great job, and it's a lot to ask them to carry on.
Oh, thank
that
you for
might
that.
different from what Sue thinks.
No, that's good.
my
Thanks for that
opinion.
clarity. That helps. Councillor Lloyd.
Yeah, congratulations. Thanks for coming along, Liz, again. It's good to see you again. Wonderful effort. I'm very impressed that Evan's got in behind this as well, obviously, ex-councillor, so great effort. Your expectation of this track is for it just to be shingle, no expectation of it being anything other than a shingle park?
No, it's shingle. At the moment, what we've got there may need some crusher dust on the top just to smooth it off, but at the moment it's very good. And we certainly don't want tarmac.
Yeah, and has there ever been a costing for the 2 sections that are remaining to be done?
Well, there's costings on your 2008 cycling strategy. We haven't done that. We don't have the skills to do that.
Right.
But if you look in the 2018 section, I think it's the part between
The actual through the village, it's about 236,000.
2,036.
That was with a separate path as opposed to extending the road. But I don't know if there's one for the other part.
No,
of this
so
yet.
there isn't one from the township boundary to Glen Tunnel. The whole project, I believe, was $500,000
Right.
from the White Cliffs domain to Glen Tunnel, but that would have included that more difficult section with
In
the
the middle.
space constraints. And if one were to be made and it was just shingle, then presumably that would be cheaper as well.
Yeah, or line chip or something like that.
Lime chip, whatever.
And from your graphic up there now, you're saying that you'd quite happily see that funding that was put aside for footpaths that you think are somewhat unnecessary to be used on this
Totally.
project instead. Is
Totally.
that the message we got?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
for the main, on White Cliffs Road, from the domain to the township, that is a priority. Those streets are hardly ever used, and
Well, they're safe. They're safe.
Yeah.
So people walk on them, but they're perfectly safe.
it'd be a waste of money, really it would. Yeah, it would be a waste of money. They're not necessary for those.
Thank you.
sites.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Reid and then Councillor Mokford.
I think Bob was.
Yeah, just I was talking to Andrew Maisie about this the other day, and if it's some help to do after what you've done, the 2 pieces that need doing either side of it would be about $50,000.
Oh, wow. Great.
I was just going to ask what the distance was that still needed to be done. 2 k's.
3.5 kilometres.
Well, that's including the village.
Including the village, yes.
So,
yeah.
So the distance between Glen Tunnel and White Cliffs is 3.5 k's.
No, the distance between Glen Tunnel to the White Cliffs domain is 4 kilometres.
Yeah.
So we've probably done 500 metres.
Okay.
So
the whole,
but she's want the one from between two villages, not through the domain.
I don't know, what would that be? Perhaps a kilometre?
We can get that information, and it'll be given probably through the staff comments.
Yeah. So just a clarification, so that White Cliffs, the children of White Cliffs all go to Glen Tunnel School. And so that's quite a viable route for them to be able to go.
It's the only way
to bike it is. Yeah.
There's only one road in and one road out, so.
Yeah.
That's it.
Good, thank you.
So just for clarity, how do the kids get to school now?
They bus or drive.
There is a bus provided by the MOE.
But they can't cycle if they want to.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll be making decisions over the next couple of weeks and communicating it back over the next couple of months. So cheers for your time today.
Thank you.
Councillors, we were due to take a break, but we might just take the next couple of submissions as Michelle was here, and it's time for that submission from the Rolleston Residents Association. So Michelle, if you'd like to come to the front of the room. Michelle, thank you for sending in your written submission, and it has been circulated to councillors and has been read. You're welcome to spend the time this morning highlighting anything in that initial submission, and also bringing any new information to us that you would like to. The microphone is sitting in the middle of the table, so we'll be able to hear you fine. There's a camera that's in the middle of the room on the tripod, and just so you're aware, this has been streamed on our council webpage and on the YouTube channel. And we've allowed 10 minutes for this interaction, which will include some question and answers, no doubt, at the end. So I'll hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Fantastic. When we wrote the submission, council hadn't given a position on whether they were going to continue live streaming their meetings, and we're encouraged to see that in the meantime you have decided to put that as a priority, and we understand there's some teething issues, but it's really great to see that you guys are trying in a really cost-effective manner. I think that this will be really good for council community relations, because it's all about a partnership, and if people know what's going on, they can be an informed member of that partnership. And I think that we would like to encourage that. Really, what I wanted to speak to today is I wanted to give a human face to what we see as the challenges going forward for council. And reading through all the submissions that I've seen so far, it's a very anti-Rolleston. Rolleston gets everything. So I wanted to get our voice out there and say, we are a high growth area, and we are very blessed to have been given so many great facilities that are on their way, and had they not been started, we would have advocated some of them be put back. We feel that council has a strong starting position going into this, a lot stronger than many other councils have go, but we feel like that we need to be very careful in the next 12 months. This is where we need to be taking stock. We need to be looking at everything. Do we need this? Can we pay for this another way? Can we do it cheaper? Can we ask central government to put their hand up? If they want us to do it, they need to put their hand in their pocket as well. And we also acknowledge that we're asking council to make savings, and we felt as an organisation, and it took some robust debate, but we felt that it would be irresponsible of us to ask council to make savings without being prepared to make savings ourselves. So therefore we decided that if council would ask us to, we were prepared to offer some of our discretionary funding back for the next financial year, just to say that we're doing our part. I don't want to go into it in a lot of detail because I don't want it to be township versus township, but I do want to touch on the Darfield sewer scheme, and hopefully our submission was quite clear. But I'm a little bit, it's not clear what's driving this sewer scheme. Is the sewer scheme being driven by a need by legislation? Is it being driven by the people of Darfield? Or is it being driven by something else that I don't know about? So I couldn't really submit as thoroughly as I would have liked, just because I don't understand enough about what the drivers are of it. We're not anti a Darfield sewer scheme. I heard yesterday that apparently there's a piece of land that's been bought many years ago and put aside. But we were concerned about the piping of it to Rolleston, and we just wanted to make sure that that didn't adversely affect the residents of Rolleston. And I just wanted to emphasise that we're not anti it. We just want to make sure that it's the best decision to be made for the district at this time. We also wanted to speak on the use of discretionary funds in a Zoom meeting that I attended, the recovery meetings, which I'd love to continue. I think this has been a really valuable thing that's come out of this. It was mentioned that maybe township committees could use their discretionary funds to subsidise the hall fees for some community groups. And we would like to submit against that. We believe that if community groups are having trouble funding access to facilities, then council should be looking at the cost of community groups, the cost of community groups using those facilities. If the Rolleston Residents Association was to use some of its discretionary funds towards that purpose, how do we pick between the Probus or the playgroup? We have no interest in playing favourites. We believe that the root cause of the problem is the increase in fees, not the COVID related, although that will have an impact. And that's pretty much it. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Michelle, for that and for highlighting those issues for us. Are there questions from councillors? Councillor Miller.
Very generous offer to reduce your discretionary fund spending. In the light of some of the submissions that have been received in the last 2 days about absolutely cutting expenditure to the bone, how would you feel about having zero discretionary fund for the next year?
We wouldn't be anti that. We talked about how low we'd be prepared to go. But we've also been discussing other options for funding some of the projects that we want to do. So I think that's a conversation that we need to have, but I feel it would be inappropriate for us to go to 0% when nobody else in the community is taking any cuts to theirs.
Oh, certainly we wouldn't be picking you out. You just, obviously you're the biggest one in Selwyn, so I use you as an example, but if it was to happen, it would be everyone in the same boat. It's just that the suggestion you make about reducing fees for community centre hires, obviously if you reduce fees, you have to increase rates to cover power and everything else. So it's a take from one, give to the other. So maybe it's a case of taking away discretionary funds and applying them to community centres to make it the hires cheaper and everyone benefits.
I think that it's a big ask to be asking, and I know this is not exactly what you asked me, but I think it's a big ask to be asking a bunch of volunteers to be deciding on the worthiness between different groups. And I just don't think that's an appropriate way for us to be going forward.
Thank you. Any further questions? No, Michelle, thank you for taking the time today to present in person. We'll be deliberating on all the submissions over the next couple of weeks and reporting back over the next couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nikki Snoik is not with us yet, so we will take a break now for 15 minutes and resume back at 11:05.
What's wrong? We're late in the room, so stood up. So one of my emails over the weekend was not sure.
Hey, trouble?
Our next presenter is Nikki Snoik, representing Forest and Bird. Nikki, thank you for taking the time and writing the initial submission and presenting that to us. That has been circulated to councillors and has been read. This morning you're welcome to go over anything in there to emphasise particular matters that you would like raised again, and also bring in any new information that you might have since you've written that to our attention. We've allowed about 10 minutes for this interaction, and that will include some question and answers from councillors at the end. The microphone is just in front of you and is on, and there's a tripod in the middle of the room that's got a camera pointing at you, and this is being streamed on council's YouTube channel, and also on the council website. So 10 minutes is yours, and I'll hand over to you.
Kia ora. Good morning, everybody. My name is Nikki Snoik, and I'm the Regional Manager for Forest and Bird for Canterbury and the West Coast. We made a submission, as Sam pointed out, and our submission relates to question 8 on the submission form, and that is about how our views on how the council might adjust its priorities or do things differently in response to COVID-19. The pandemic has demonstrated the fragility of the economy and the people, and the pandemic is also a biological disruption as well as a health problem, a health disruption, and it has really sharpened the focus on environmental resilience and for an economy to match, and especially compounded by what climate change might throw at us in the future. We think that the COVID-19 recovery presents an incredible opportunity to refocus environmental priorities and to create a better society for future generations. You might have also seen our Recovery for People and Planet document that we put out about a month ago, and I circulated it to the council and sent it to Sam, so hopefully you all saw that. That's gone out far and wide to councils and central government, and actually we think it had a really big impact on this year's budget. Forest and Bird acknowledges that the Mayor, Sam, you signed the local government leaders' climate change declaration in 2017, and some really excellent guiding principles in there which we strongly support. And the passing of the Zero Carbon Act also reinforces the national commitment to reducing climate emissions. We think the council needs to develop an ambitious action plan for climate adaptation in this community. Some initiatives might include a stock take of the district's carbon footprint and identifying ways to encourage all sectors to do their bit to achieve the national goals, and also our international commitment to the Paris Agreement. Forest and Bird's key area of interest is in protecting Indigenous biodiversity, and this is inherently connected to building resilience, and especially in the face of climate change. I also emphasise the imminent arrival of the MPS for Indigenous biodiversity. That's the national policy statement that is being drafted at, or has been drafted at the moment. And this reinforces the national direction to address the biodiversity crisis. Good outcomes for biodiversity protection can only be achieved if the local government systems are aligned and functioning. So, I mean, local government, that's regional and district councils. Your responsibility is to maintain Indigenous biodiversity under the RMA. We like to acknowledge that the Selwyn district has employed 2 biodiversity officers, and I have a really good working relationship with them both, Andy and Denise, and I strongly support that. And I'd just really like to acknowledge their great work and the support the biodiversity fund that the council has out there to provide assistance to landowners. That's probably never enough. And currently there are some excellent opportunities to enhance environmental and biodiversity protection through the government's COVID Recovery Jobs for Nature plan. And we hope that the council has had a good strong look at this and made some really good suggestions on where that could be spent in this district. We note that ECAN has put together a really strong proposal for environmental jobs for COVID recovery throughout the region, and I hope that you've seen that too. That, you know, that these are things that relate to water and also to terrestrial biodiversity, which is your part of the deal here. Forest and Bird strongly recommend that Selwyn District Council align its strategic priorities for the environment with Environment Canterbury's. And Environment Canterbury's 2 strategic priorities are, they only have 2, and these are them. One is freshwater management, including braided rivers, and the other one is a step change for Indigenous biodiversity. So if you're sort of thinking about what sort of strategic priorities to do for the environment, then I'd strongly suggest looking at ECAN's and aligning your own with theirs. A coordinated approach is really necessary to ensure that these strategic priorities can be realised in the most efficient and effective way. And land use is inherently connected to water quality and quantity. So the 2 really need to be thought about together. I'd just like to say that the voluntary approach for identifying and protecting Indigenous biodiversity is one part of the local government environmental regulatory system, or the environmental management system. The other part of the system is the enforcement of the district plan rules. And this is where I think we're a bit weak on in Selwyn. Too often, I personally receive reports of Indigenous vegetation clearance and habitat loss throughout our district. I've made a number of complaints to council, and I must say that the follow-up is pretty slow. Like, I don't often get a response, and I need to come back again and ask, what are you doing about this? I acknowledge that, you know, the council could be under capacity in this, and we don't have a lot of experience in understanding that, but the experience out there in the community is there, and especially with an Environment Canterbury. So this is where I mean sharing resources is going to be really, really helpful. Forest and Birds strongly recommends that council upskill and bolster capability and capacity within compliance, monitoring, enforcement team for protecting and maintaining Indigenous biodiversity, as well as understanding this and the impacts of land use on the district's freshwater ecosystems. And so, yeah, this means really working closely with ECAN on these 2 things. In terms of compliance, monitoring, enforcement, we really need that side of the system to be working well, and this is kind of what the community expects to be working well, and if nothing more than to reward and incentivise good environmental stewardship, the other half of the equation where people are voluntarily doing stuff. So, you know, I kind of think people will start to wonder, what is the point of doing this on my property if the guy next door is not doing it on his property, and there are no consequences or ramifications for not complying with the district plan rules. And so, yeah, the community expects strong CME, if nothing more than to reward and incentivise good environmental stewardship. So that's about all I have to say. Is I strongly urge you to take up any sort of climate change initiatives to measure the carbon footprint of the district and set up a good plan to help the sectors out there reduce their carbon emissions to comply with our sort of national direction, and also to align your strategic environmental priorities with ECAN so that we get the best possible outcomes we can for the future. Thank you very much for the opportunity to submit and speak today.
Thanks, Nikki, for coming in. And some of the work around understanding our own carbon footprint as an organisation is currently underway. And once that has been completed, we will be sharing that with yourself and the rest of the community, keen to understand where we are currently at, to know where improvement would be needed or how that might look going forward. Councillor Bland may have a question.
Hi, Nikki. Thanks for being here. Hey, we've had quite I think it's 4 people have come in from the Summit Road Protection Society and the Banks Peninsula Pest-Free Society. Both of them are into pest control, for a good word. Do you support them? They've been asking for $10,000, which does seem, when you think of what their goals are, quite a small amount of money. I guess you would support that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, anyone who's doing pest control out there is you know, you wouldn't hesitate to support that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions from councillors? Councillor Lemon?
Yeah, hi Nikki, good to see you again. Seems a long time and a short time ago. Yes. We were working together. So, just no comment there about reticulated sewage in Darfield. Is that something that you would support as an organisation, just for the environmental gains from that? Any comments you'd like to make?
Oh, look, I haven't really given that much thought, but if it is going to protect water quality, then yes, certainly. We don't have a position as an organisation on reticulated sewage systems, I don't think.
No, so that, yes, understand. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander.
Thank you. Kia ora, Nikki. We had a number of submitters from our rural sector discussing our water rates charging, particularly in the high country where the the higher country where it's not used to stock water anymore. What's your views about A, the retention, and B, how the charging might be changed to ensure the ecological values are sustained?
Yeah, again, I haven't given a lot of thought to the water races, but I guess the priority is to restore the natural character of the waterways themselves where possible. But if the water races have become natural habitat themselves, then yeah, we probably have to look at that on a more broader scale for the public benefit that they bring from a biodiversity perspective. Yeah.
Therefore, change the charging to reflect the more public benefit than the farming benefit.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah.
Great. Well, Nikki, thank you for taking the time to come in this morning and present it to us in person. Over the next 2 weeks, we'll be deliberating on all of the submissions that we've received and reporting that back over the next couple of months. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity.
Councillors, the next submitter is via Zoom. Well, as Grant Prescott, who hasn't joined us yet, and following him is Eddie Clark, who will take now, or once he is online. It's from Tuesday's book. So if you look back at yesterday's mission, it's page 7 and 8. And Eddie, yeah, we can hear you and see you. You're now live in Council Chambers here in Rolleston, and also being streamed on the Council Facebook page and YouTube channel. So you're famous. And thank you for taking the time to join us. And I hope that you're feeling better today. And thank you for not only writing your submission and sending that in, but also joining us to be able to add a face to that. You're welcome to highlight anything in the initial submission that you would like to for us, and any new information you'd like to present, you're also welcome to do that. We've allowed about 10 minutes for this conversation, which will include some question and answers possibly from councillors at the end. So I'll hand over to you and yeah, for your submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me into the meeting, because the technology today is quite remarkable. The sound isn't the best, but bear with me if I mishear any of you. I suppose in my submissions, the majority of the things that I've said relate to the environment, and I did actually go through my entire road and seek the opinion of some of my neighbours with regard to the council, where they stand with the environmental issues. In other words, do they think that the council are doing a very good job of taking care of the environment, and in particular water? And it's a mixed bag. It's a very mixed bag, and it's also very confusing, because some people say it's nothing to do with the council, it's Environment Canterbury. Other people say it's different departments. It's very difficult to get an answer sometimes as to who is directly involved with the protection, with the changing, with progressing things. So that's the first point I tried to make in my submissions, and that is, where do the councils stand with regard in an issue, for example, of water? Because I actually have, I'm farming 102 acres. Only 19 of those acres have a water consent, and any attempt by me to obtain a water consent is normally met with, it's not possible. So I'm a bit concerned that given the environment where we are, it's predicted to become drier. It's been drier in the last 50 years. The next 50 years are predicted to become drier. And we have situations within Selwyn where people are taking water out and exporting it, but people who grow food locally or raise cows can't use water or have access to water because the water quantity has been taken up. So I'm just wondering where the council sits with that.
Thank you. We'll be able to respond to the questions that you put to us formally. So today is really a chance to be able to hear any further questions that you may have and to be able to consider those over the next couple of weeks. So I can't give you a direct response right now to that question, but we will we'll report that back to you. So is there anything further that you would like to either inform us about or questions you have for the council?
Well, only in as much as that you're planning, who do I address these issues to? Because I don't really want to be bounced back and forth between council and Environment Canterbury, but I appreciate there are paths to tread. But I always look to the council to say, look, give me some guidance here. You're making a plan. You've asked me to put some input into the plan. And yet I'm being told, regardless of the input I put in, the chances of getting anywhere are going to be quite remote. So I'm just wondering how I actually deal with that via the council. And are the council going to support anything from the Selwyn residents with regard to that?
Okay, I have the Deputy Mayor sitting to my right, and he's one of your local representatives and has offered to be able to meet with you following this conversation, and other local councillors may want to as well. So we'll set that meeting up and be in touch, and if there's anything further that he can assist you with providing those answers and connecting you with the right staff members, then we'll look to do that following this meeting. That's Malcolm Lyle, the Deputy Mayor.
All right. Okay, thank you for that. It's a bit frustrating going through the process, but it's fairly lengthy, and there is a mixed bag of opinion about that, how we actually can tap into our council, how we can use our council successfully. And I'm just trying to cut through that a little bit. So if you're recommending that it's not for this meeting really, as regards where the council sit with this, I just wondered how high up the priority list things like water is.
You raising the questions with us is certainly within scope of this meeting, but providing the answers and things back to you specifically won't be in the next in this meeting right now, but will be discussed over the next 2 weeks and reported back to the community following that. But in the intervening time, the Deputy Mayor's offered to meet with you individually, and if we can make that happen in a face-to-face meeting, perhaps rather than on Zoom once restrictions are lifted, we'll look to make that happen.
Does it help to, in my considerations with my neighbours and in the question I asked about specifically the environment, and then on top of that about water, it's a largely rural community. Does it help at all for a number of us to combine our efforts, or does the council see that as just purely confrontational? How do you view that?
I think it's better to have one conversation with us. You know, as you don't want to have a meeting of 100 people, but a meeting of 6 or 7 like-minded people who have the similar questions, if they can be answered at one time, that would be preferable. I've got a question from Councillor Lemon.
Yeah, hi Eddie, thanks for presenting. I just wonder if you're aware of the Canterbury Water Management Strategy and the Selwyn Waihora Zone team, which oversee the Environment Canterbury Water Management Strategy in our region. And just, it may be fairly dry reading, but if you had a read of that Canterbury Water Management Strategy and the zone implementation plan, it might give you a better understanding prior to those meetings of how it's implemented in the district.
Okay, it's difficult for me to pick up on some of that, but I gather you're asking me if I'm aware of the policies in the region. Is that correct?
Yes, sorry if the sound's not good. It's probably something, if you're meeting with Councillor Lyle, sorry, that you may be able to get some clarification there.
Okay, yeah, I would welcome that, because I've purchased quite a bit, well, a bit of land, let's put it that way, in Selwyn. I've got projects I'd like to do which are organically based, if you like. It doesn't use chemicals and various other things, but for that you need water, and I'm constantly being told, despite the fact I might apply, the chances of getting it are quite remote. So, you know, I have to respect what's there, but it's difficult to make plans knowing that the next 50 years is going to be drier, and it's difficult to make plans around crops, specific fruits and stock, if you do not have access to the water. And yet at the same time, if I go and discuss with other people, the consents that were given many years ago can't be challenged And those consents were given primarily for agriculture, and yet today the water is being used for bottling. And that doesn't benefit our region at all.
Eddie, thank you for taking the time to come in and zoom into the meeting today and present that to us. The Deputy Mayor will meet with you. A number of the questions that you have raised won't be resolvable through Selwyn District Council, and they are matters for ECAN, but the Deputy Mayor will be able to talk you through where the different responsibilities lie. So again, thank you for taking the time, and we'll get back to you and be in touch in the next couple of days.
All right, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Grant Prescott is not in the room. The next presenter is Edward Parker, who is not with us. Adrian Lomax is not here yet, and we're going further and further ahead. But now we come to Tim Schmack, who is here. If you want to go early. Councillors, this is on page 48 of today's agenda. Submission number 208.
You have to sit down or stand here?
Yeah, can sit down. Yeah.
I'll be right. Hi, I'm Tim Smack. I'm here on behalf of the Ellesmere AMP Association. Very passionate about my community and how it goes and how it works. And when I saw the questionnaire you guys sent out about the next year, I thought, well, there's something we should actually come and speak to you guys about. So I just got a little thing here. You've probably all got it in front of you, but I just want to read it to you. So, as a non-profit community organisation, we're finding that it's getting more and more difficult to run the Selwyn Spring Show due to ever increasing costs associated with health and safety, hiring equipment, providing entertainment, insurance, etc. With an annual crowd of between 10 and 15,000 people from the Selwyn district, it is one of the bigger events hosted in Selwyn annually. Over the years, we've relied heavily on sponsorship and grants and donations to put on the event that caters for everybody. Currently, the Ellesmere AMP showgrounds are used by the Pony Club, the primary schools for their cross countries, the group of Ellesmere College students for the annual Colour Run fundraisers, all free of charge, as the committee views such events as an important part of our local community and how we can help them be successful. The annual show also supports the local community in a way that it makes donations to local community groups for helping with parking, gate taking, security, first aid, etc., allowing them to earn an income for their particular cause. Many trade and craft stall holders use the local markets and shows to promote and sell their wares, helping their business be successful, which will be even more important to us this year when all the autumn events were cancelled due to COVID-19. In our current COVID-19 crisis, the difficulties facing all businesses that support our show, the prospects for all non-profit community organisations to obtain sponsorship and grants has severely diminished, resulting in many of these organisations facing an uncertain future. Given that many of these community groups and facilities are largely used by the people of Selwyn who are already contributing to the rating pool in a form of domestic or residential or business rates, it is our suggestion that during such difficult times the council considers how it supports such events and the associated costs. If the council could absorb the direct costs in the terms of rates, waste management, traffic management, etc., that we have to pay up to put these events on, or at least help us with that, it would make it lead to a quicker recovery and a more vibrant community when people really need it. The council may even be able to help in a way of promoting such events in Selwyn by allowing groups to advertise in a segment on your council page that you publish in your local papers, or helping by way of sending email or Facebook messages through council's database, all something that possibly could be looked at. I'm sure that every little bit the council can help each and every non-profit organisation in Selwyn will be very appreciated at a time when regular sources of income have all but dried up. Instead of promoting Selwyn as the fastest growing region in New Zealand, let's work together and make Selwyn the most vibrant region in New Zealand. Thank you.
Tim, thank you for that. Great presentation. We've had a couple of presenters talk about events, and they spoke about how great your event was too. And there were sort of three bottled into the same order, which was the Rolleston fireworks, the Hororata Highland Games, and the Ellesmere show. And so just wondering from your point of view, we are looking at times of needing to prioritise funding and areas where we're certainly not looking to increase funding. So there's a reallocation that's going to be required if some things are to continue. Do you see yourselves or do you see council's decision making needing to focus more on some particular events rather than spreading amongst many community events? Because we already have the community fund, and at the moment it sort of gets sprinkled in lots of places. Are you advocating that that should be more focused towards maybe 2 or 3 bigger events for the next 12 months at least?
No, because that's going to cut off the small guy, isn't it? You know, I'm on the rugby club and the Sudi Park committee and all those sort of other different committees as well, and we're all struggling. And I actually just, for the amount you actually receive in rates from non-profit community organisations, why are we paying rates? You know, I'm paying household rates and my farm rates and everything else, but then indirectly I'm paying extra rates when I go to the showgrounds, aren't I? Is that not something that you guys could actually help the community events? I'm only saying non-profit, I'm not into play centres or businesses or anything like that, but is it not something that, you know, we're actually getting double whammy, don't we?
Cool, so you're advocating for extra funding in the event space?
I'm advocating that we do not pay rates. Non-profit organisations do not pay rates.
I think, Sam, is one of the things that we've noticed is the increase in the costs that are coming from organisations or government departments or local departments, and they're ones which we can't get away from.
Mm-hmm.
And you do have the ability to manage those costs or absorb them within the council. And I think it's important, as Tim said, I'd agree, is that you cannot prioritise to a great degree certain individual events. Yeah, those small groups, small rugby clubs, cricket clubs, all those sports groups are vitally important. And I think if you did prioritise, that would simply have a negative effect on those smaller entities, and they are the ones that are probably struggling the most, and they're the ones that probably need the biggest help. I think what we're saying here, we want to present on behalf of all sports clubs, non-profit organisations. In relation to the show, I think there's components which it costs, and they've been new costs that have developed over the last 5 or so years, things like traffic management plans, which, you know, we can't get around. They're a health and safety component, we need to do them. But they do come at a cost, and that cost is paid back to you guys, the council. Can some of those things which be absorbed into the system without having a negative impact on those smaller groups which are still struggling out there in the community?
Cool, thank you for that. Councillor McInnes.
Kia ora, guys, thank you very much for coming. I guess my first question is, how much do you actually pay in rates for the showgrounds? Because I don't have that in front of me.
2,080 annually at the moment.
Okay. So just thinking about all the different non-profit groups we've got in the area, trying to figure out how much money that would possibly be when you add it up. Because the trouble is, obviously, if you take the rates away from somewhere, it's got to be redistributed somewhere else. Do you happen to know how much you spend on things like the traffic management and their health and safety and everything?
Yeah, we get it subsidised through Johnson Excavation, help us with it, and then we spend about $1,000 on that each year.
I think it's not necessarily saying, I think Tim's point earlier on, and I know that you structure your rates for these sort of organisations to a user pays type situation, so you're not charging. So as an individual person, I currently pay some rates which goes to our local community centre to cover that. And then if I am on the AMP paying rates essentially there as a member, also paying that, you know, the one individual, in a way it's a double taxation situation. So what we were left with really is those goods and those services which you're providing, so the things like sewage and rubbish, which a user pays. For an organisation like the show, our sewage really only works 1 week a year, the week of the show. So the rest of that year, it's really not putting any input into the sewage system. So there is an argument there to say, well, you know, for organisations which are more seasonal, they're paying rates for a full year, and yet they're really only using those services for a shorter period of time. And therefore, the cost which they're providing, onus which is going back on the council, is only for that short period of time as well.
Then you've got non-profits who work all year round and have present premises all year round. So how do you distinguish in there? So it's an interesting question.
Is a non-profit organisation not a betterment for the community and what they're trying to do and what they're trying to achieve?
I was just responding to the part where It's like, you're only working there.
We all know that if youth and kids and that are active in sports and community organisations and everything, there's a direct correlation in reduced crime, isn't there? And basically what I'm saying is it's getting, from the institution that I'm organised with, is it's getting harder and harder to make ends meet financially. And if a number of them fall over, then it's going to have a bigger, wide-scale effect further down the track.
Thank you. Councillor Alexander and then Councillor Bland.
Thank you. And thank you for all you do as an association for your community. But how do you respond to ratepayers who have been calling for no increase or a decrease when you effectively want a rates remission? It effectively means they have to pay for that. At the end of the day, you're a private landowner. Would you consider donating your land to council as a reserve, therefore there would be no rates on it?
We're practically just giving you a cycleway for nothing. I think at the end of the day, donating land with the reasonable land holding at the showgrounds is a reasonable asset. I don't think it's something that we'd be sort of looking at donating to the council. But I think if there was, partnership type, if that's something that you're thinking about, then partnerships which could potentially work. I think all options would be on table for those sort of situations, and utilising those green spaces better. Like even within a small community like Leeston, green space, getting that right is one of the problems that they're looking at in the current town plan, and where we build our community centre and those sort of things. So, if there is a green space problem, then we would certainly look at those options and what options would be available as far as doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Bland and then Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, guys, and you've made a really good point. I really do like the way you've stood up there and told us, but your message is very simple and it's become a little bit complicated with the questions. Your message, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Ellesmere AMP show is something that the whole district looks forward to every year. And over a period of time, and particularly in these days, you're finding it very hard to put that show on, which is part of the fabric of our society, that if we are to continue with this show, the Selwyn District Council has to put its money where its mouth is and stump up with some cash, perhaps just in the short term. And the point that you made, which I really did like, is you may have the fastest growing community, but if you want the most vibrant one, sometimes you're going to have to put your hand in your pocket and forget a little bit about protocols and cash up. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think it's probably not cash we're asking for. We're saying, the services which we get charged for as rates, are we actually contributing to the cost of that? If I take sewage for example, once again, it's only a week of the year that we're probably contributing to the actual cost of the running of that sewage system, and I'm sure the rubbish is very much the same as well. So the argument is and different organisations will be different. So while we're a 1 week a year sort of event, other organisations will be operating year round. But I think the point is that it's not necessarily cash we're talking about, it's simply a reduction in those costs and the sheer cost that we are seeing as running the show. And with the showgrounds, for instance, the pony club and that are there weekly all the time, well, they're not paying any rates, are they? They don't pay anything for the use of the showgrounds. They're just there. We see them as possibly future exhibitors in the horse section and committee people and that. We'd like to let the showgrounds be used for more things like that to help the community.
Thank you. Last two questions. Councillor Gallagher and then Councillor Lemon.
Thanks very much for your submission, and I do understand where you're coming from. My question to you would be, if council was to consider your waste management and a reduction in marquee consents, I think you have to have consents for marquees. If we were to look at those options to keep your spending down, would that be a help?
Any little bit would be a help, but I personally am here on behalf of everybody in the district. I don't want to be signalled out as just the AMP Association or anything like that, because I think there's a lot of other community organisations that probably a lot of you are actually involved in that are going to be struggling in exactly the same way due to the lack of sponsorship and donations available. this year. So, you know, it would help, would definitely make a difference, but that's probably signalled straight at us. Can you carry on and do that for the Hororata Highland Games or the Netball Club or whatever else might need that bit of a help as well? And I think it should be uniform across the district.
There's a phone of friends to answer the next question. Councillor Lemon.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Look, what I should have said before this, I'm actually a financial member of Ellesmere AMP Association, so I purposely have not asked a question.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the time to come in and present that to us. Over the next couple of weeks, Council will be making decisions on the annual plan for the next 12 months, and we'll be reporting that back over the next couple of months. So thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Just like one last thing, I think while we're talking about this, obviously COVID-19 has brought this to the table as to what can we do as far as getting our community right. I'd like to think that these discussions and thoughts are looked at as long-term and what some of these ideas are long-term solutions for community groups and all, not just a response to the current situation we find ourselves in.
So our the decisions over the next couple of weeks will be for the next 1 year. And then over the next 12 months, we're developing what the council's budgets will look like for the next 10 years. And so that'll be the time to actually think about what the long term is going to look like a lot more, and would welcome you to submit on that in the next 12 months as well. Thank you.
5 years off my life having to stand up. Righto, guys. Thanks for your time. Awesome. Cheers. See you later.
The next submitters aren't here yet, so I'll hand to David, and then we'll just wait to see whether they arrive. David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just going to pick up the submissions that have not been spoken to this morning. So if you go back to your book on page 5 and page 6, so the submitter was Lloyd Cox, and with respect to rates, she makes some suggestions. She says provide a fair and equitable rating system, ensure ratepayers make an equitable and reasonable contribution onto the cost of available services, and ensure the rating system is flexible enough to address any special circumstances within specified defined areas. Now go to page 38. Which is Rosalie Snoink. She, with respect to rates, she said she would support, well, she notes that the increase for Glen Tunnel is excessive, but she would support if more funding is targeted to biodiversity protection. She said this would result in improved community outcomes that would benefit public health and the economy. And she goes on to say she would support if the council would carry out more maintenance of drainage systems around Glen Tunnel. Excuse me, Chief Executive, your submission on Lloyd Cox, I just wanted to clarify, did you include the fact she was submitting on water races as well? Thank you. Over the page, yeah, she talks about, thanks for that, Grant. Over the page, she talks about water races, and she makes the comment, we maintain the water races on our property ourselves. I question how we must pay for a service we do not want, and makes observations about the level of revenue and the fact that that could be used elsewhere within council costs. Back to Rosemary Snoink, with respect to the Darfield sewage, her observation is a new scheme is not necessary as long as all property owners have efficient wastewater systems, and concludes by saying council needs to focus on significant natural areas, identification, protection, monitoring and enforcement. Grant Prescott is submitter number 5, page 39, believes it's a nil rate increase in the current climate. With respect to Prebleton, believes the community it is in should be paying. Option 3 for water charges, and does not support the proposed Darfield wastewater scheme. Edward Parker is on page 44, and Edward Parker's comments, rates increase should be held as is. We do not want to have to catch up later. Agrees to deferral of Prebleton, agrees with proposal for the wider approach with Leaston. Increase water only if it's essential. Not sure about Darfield, and asks who would pay.
and concludes by saying in the proposal to put money into new neighbourhood reserves, please place playground equipment into the reserve on the corner of Turin and Gracia Avenues. And Michael Glover is on page 49.
He's no longer coming.
Yep. And he has made a submission in respect to the Selwyn Huts proposals. Mr. Mayor, you want to do it?
Thank you. And councillors Craig Falling and John Sankel, thank you for joining us for the ECAN submission straight into the room and into the hot seat. So
I was waiting for my colleague, so yes, we are on time, so we appreciate that. Thank you for that. We bring the greetings of our chair who's unable to be here today.
Thank
I'll
you.
just hand over to Craig for a few words to set us off.
Tuatai, ka nui te mi kia koutou I tēnei rā, ka hui hui mai nei, ki tēnei whare o tātou, te whare kaunihera o tēnei rohi, o te waihora, tēnei te mi kia koutou, kia koe Sam, te kahautu nei, kia koe hoki David, nei te mi kia kōrua, kia koutou, nā kai kaunihera. Ai, ka nui te mihi mai te kaunihera tai o ki Waitaha, kia koutou, I tēnei wā he mahere o te tau, ai nei te mihi. So kia ora koutou, just saying to acknowledge you this morning and thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of Environment Canterbury. So kia ora, hand over to John. Thank you, John.
You can take your submission as read, so it's been circulated to all councillors, and so if there's anything that you particularly want to highlight out of there, you're welcome to do that now. And any new information you'd like to bring to our attention this morning. We've allowed about 10 minutes for the interaction. The microphone is already on in front of you, and there's a tripod in the middle of the room that's got a camera facing you, and it's currently being streamed on the council Facebook, council YouTube, and website itself. So I'll hand over to yourselves, John and Craig. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can see while you're running ahead of time, you make all our speeches for us and then we can leave again. So very, very efficient. So as I said, we're here on behalf of Chair Jenny to present our submission. And yes, we take it that it has been read. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to our submission on your annual plan, or draft annual plan, and appreciate the opportunity to be here. We're in, I guess, what we could term uncertain times with the advent of COVID-19, and working together in partnership will be no more important today than it ever will be in the future. And so a collaborative and joined up approach to local government is essential, and we highly value our relationship with this council in particular, and the ability to have, I guess, honest conversations. We have those kind of sibling rivalries where we don't always agree, but we are always in the room and having those conversations. And I just take note of Craig's role in the planning and the follow on from Peter Skelton of having that membership there in those conversations so that we are joined up along the way. So we appreciate that, and we certainly hope that you take value from that process. And we'd like to also acknowledge your significant contribution in the regional forums and the working groups, especially around the leadership provided by yourself, Mr. Mayor, and your Chief Executive, David Ward, and in particular, the leadership of the Merrill Forum and the coordination and advocacy that will continue, which is vital as we move through the recovery period. And having watched some of your excellent webinars and productions that you've put online around the economics and the future for Selwyn, you are on top of your thinking, what it will look like for the next 6, 12, 18 months, 2, 3 years, we don't really know, but really appreciate the work and effort that you as a council are putting into that. And we also appreciate your focus on matters of climate change, and which is a priority area for us at Environment Canterbury, and applaud your efforts in establishing a baseline carbon footprint to operate in a sustainable manner. And in respect of the Canterbury Water Management, you are a strong partner in that, particularly within Selwyn, and we tie in the values of Kaiutikatai from the mountains to the sea, and in particular Te Waihora, your relationship and increasing relationship with Te Tamutu, Runanga, and Ngāi Tuahuri, and those other folk in Runanga that have values in this area. We appreciate that, and it leads to good governance and co-governance, particularly at the bottom of the catchment around the lake, as I say. And to matters of environmental sustainability, your wastewater projects, which have kind of been there and creating some tension in communities at times, and we note the projects you have at Castle Hill, the oxidisation ponds at Lincoln, and the long-term solutions that you're coming up with for Darfield and the processes that may sit around that. And so, as I've said before, very happy to be part of an organisation that has helped or fed into your review through Craig, and work in particularly around biodiversity and the hazard chapters. And finally, we'd just like to acknowledge your efforts in building and fostering your relationship again with the Runanga and the community as you develop your district plan. So thanks for the opportunity today. We just felt that we needed to come along and thank you for the work that you are doing and give us a positive message as to what's happening in the joined up space that we are. Just any thoughts from you, Craig?
No, I just support what John said, especially around your ongoing work with the Runanga. Obviously, it's you got to juggle Te Taumutu and Ngāi Tuahuriri, which is sometimes can be tough, but it's there's lots of great work going on, and especially around the district plan. The meetings, this few meetings that I've been in, it's been great to be involved and really efficient. And the hazard work that you did in particular was a big call, but really good going forward and sets a good precedent for the future. So, kia ora.
I guess just the one thing we haven't touched on these notes is public transport. That's an ongoing conversation and a bit sort of troublesome at times, but I think as we come out of COVID, we've seen a really good response out of the Darfield, looking at what the future of transport might be out of Rolleston and how we can improve those services, and hopefully the Leaston service picks up and we can get some good work happening there. So again, I appreciate what you've put into that project for the citizens of Selwyn. And hopefully as we move forward and government funding comes forward, we can strengthen those relationships and opportunities for the Selwyn district. So any questions?
Well, thank you for taking the time, first of all, just to come in. It's nice to have the presentation in person, as well as what we read on the paper, so really appreciate that. And also your comments around Castle Hill and Lincoln wastewater. The oxygen in the conversation has been taken up by Selwyn Huts and Darfield, but there are a number of other wastewater schemes in Selwyn that we have to manage carefully, and in partnership with you who hold the consents or run the consents for us. So the matter of partnership is hugely important to us, and we value the relationship we have with you. There's been a number of submissions to us focusing on water races, in particular, on the future of water races, drainage and stormwater, Selwyn Huts, and those matters aren't just for us to manage alone, but it's in partnership with yourselves. And so we acknowledge that and thank you. Are there some questions from councillors that they have? Councillor Alexander.
Morena, thank you for your comments about PT, because I think it's a question is regarding the role that it can play in the post-COVID recovery. And we've seen a wonderful time with people, how well the air quality improved when people weren't using their cars. If we could keep them out of their cars and into the public transport. But more particularly, we've had questions from the Ellesmere community about the option for further public transport. The one bus in the morning from Southbridge Leaston to town, but what other opportunities are there for collaboration between our two councils to provide an ongoing service, some kind of shuttle from those areas through to Lincoln or Rolleston so that they can access the wider network? So do you see that as part of our joined up thinking going forward?
Not my portfolio space, but I absolutely believe that we need to continue that conversation. We've just in our annual planning process, as we've set our rates, and great debates we had there as well, put more money into particularly the Christchurch area, which is targeted to improve some of the services we have there and out of North Canterbury. So for me, if we can come to a conclusion where we can get some joint funding from central government, Selwyn and the ratepayer, and improve a service, then I think we are bound to try and achieve that. I don't have the answer, but we're not blind to the needs of the community. So I think if decent proposals can be put to us and a good conversation had over time, we will achieve it.
Thank you, and thanks for going through your own process to set rates right across Canterbury. You understand what we're facing at the moment and the pressures, not only that we're coming anyway because of the space that the Canterbury economy has been in and the changes in government legislation, particularly around fresh water, but now with COVID and needing to be sensitive to where we're heading. So thank you for your own work in your own space and for submitting to us today. We'll be in deliberations over the next 2 weeks and be responding back to the community over the next couple of months with those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Got it.
All right.
Councillors, I'll adjourn the hearing. That brings us to lunchtime and we will resume at 1 p.m. Thank you. recommence the hearing. First submitter this afternoon is Graham Young. Graham, thank you for joining us. If you'd like to take a seat down the end of the table. Councillors, this is on page 50 of today's agenda, submission number 137. Graham, thank you for taking the time to write your initial submission to us and then for coming in this afternoon to be able to highlight anything within that initial submission you'd like to, but also to bring in any new information to us that you think is relevant to our decision making. The initial submission has been circulated to all councillors who have had a chance to read that, so you don't need to go through it word for word. In front of you is a microphone. If you just press the right hand button, that just turns it on, and there's a camera on a tripod right in the middle of the room, which is pointing at you and all of us actually. So just so you're aware, this has been streamed on the council website and also on the YouTube channel. So I'll hand over to you. We've allowed 10 minutes for this discussion, including some question and answers from councillors, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm on a local committee at the Selwyn Huts. I think there's 8 of us that were elected at a meeting of over 60 people. And we had a smaller committee, a smaller group from that committee that met a number of times with councillors from the Springs ward and some staff. Now, on the one day before the country went into level 4 lockdown, on the 23rd of March, there was a report dropped off at my front door. The report had a covering letter. This one, which is dated the 20th of December 2019. And in the report, it had some pretty, I would say, nasty implications for people who lived at the Selwyn Huts. I would say that there's 107 people who live permanently at the Selwyn Huts, 40 of whom are over 60. And at the time, I'm on the Civil Defence Committee there, and at the time we were considering, you know, people's needs and so on, and what we were going to be doing about that. And then this information was dumped on us, which put people through, telling them that their rates were going to go up 700%. As I say in my submission, I currently pay $1,800 a year in rates on a section that's 130 square metres. And if you multiply that by the 97 houses that are there, that's $174,600 a year that people there contribute in their rates. We believe that the dumping of that on us and the implications of the telling us that a 15-year licence period until June 2038 is expected to be the period of the resource consent, which will also be the termination date for issuing licence and thus the closure of the Huts community. Then it goes on to say, if the ability of the Huts community to pay the increased licence and other charges fee is in question prior to the wastewater plant being constructed, then the ability will raise questions for the council as to the financial prudence of the council committing to construction on behalf of the community. We have real concerns about that because obviously, in other words, if you don't agree, then we won't do it. And so we kind of felt pretty threatened by that, as you would. Also in the documents, there was a proposal that in fact the sewer system was going to cost us some $3 million. We've already had one which we've submitted to council, a proposal for what's called an MBR package plant, submitted to the huts. This proposal is a state-of-the-art sewer system, a system which is used extensively in Europe, where conditions are very stringent. And in fact, where they've installed this system, the outflow goes into some of the rivers in Germany. The system was developed in Germany, and I think generally there's a lack of understanding of the system, maybe amongst the staff here, although there is one engineer here who is very familiar with this system because they install it extensively in the country he comes from. And so we were offered this system for 900,000, not 3 million. And they said they could put it in 2 weeks. We just think this constant $3 million is just completely unnecessary. Talk of that worries people. It's a concern, especially for older people, but younger people too. We have a broad range of people there. Some people with, you know, the odd one with some mental difficulties, and others that have got other bits and pieces, as you do in a community that size, and others with health issues. And going into that level 4 lockdown, and one day before being slapped with this report telling us that this was going to happen to us and that we had to pay, including in our rates, $5,000, which was going to go towards the removal of our own houses, is just cruel. Yeah, so that's really, yeah. And the other one thing I was going to say is some of the basis of telling us that we probably won't be there or won't get consent to stay there for longer than 15 years is that there was a report sought by the council staff from a company who did modelling. 120 years those houses have been there and never have they flooded, never. But the modelling said if the sea level rises by this much, you know, in 100 years' time, it could be difficult in opening the lake and therefore this could happen and so on. It was modelling. It's never happened. The chances are it won't happen. There's equally been research done by a professor at Canterbury University who said the opposite could happen. In fact, as the sea rises, the southerly coming up with the water coming out of the Rakaia could push the stones and open the lake permanently, and it could become an estuary. So it depends who you ask, I suppose, you know, depends what result you want, depends what system, but the facts are we've never flooded. It's only a model that have said we may, and so yeah. If you have any questions, I see from other times I've been here, there's some new councillors around the table. I welcome that, and I welcome new councillors to come down. Please come down, talk to us. Come down and have a look at the Selwyn huts. It's a beautiful place. 97 houses. It's a gem in the community. And to be threatened like this, completely unnecessarily, is just, yeah, it's beyond the pale.
Thanks, Graham, and for that submission. The intention of the communication was never to be threatening, but it was to continue with the sense of urgency that has been on us for the last couple of years as we've worked through various community meetings and individual meetings with members of the community in Selwyn Huts to address issues particularly related to wastewater. Not necessarily the flooding itself, but the ability to consent a system that's able to deal with the wastewater issues. First question from me, and there may be some others from councillors, is you were part of the group, the subcommittee that worked on the solution before putting it to the community. And so just what was the feedback from the community to yourself as a community representative through that process? We spent about 6 months landing on the solution that was finally put to the community, as you say, just before lockdown. What feedback had you had up to that point?
Well, as far as we were concerned, it was going along fine. That, by the way, this that is put on us is not something that we believe we come up with in that committee. We'd never come up with an agreement like this. That's why that's why, in effect, you don't have an agreement now. You have 90% of the homeowners writing to the council, signing a letter saying, we will not agree to this and we will not pay these increases. So until you get proper agreement, this is drummed up outside, not put to the committee. In fact, we couldn't even have a meeting because it was put on us the day before lockdown.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions that you have? Yep, Councillor Mull.
Just for some clarification, probably the plant that Mr. Young describes, the $1 million, the German one, which was put forward to council staff. The plant that's put forward does not include the requirement to, basically the Selwyn Huts underground reticulation needs renewing. So all the pipes need to be dug up and a new reticulation scheme put in because it's having a large problem with infiltration of water into the scheme. So there's approximately $1 million expenditure there. And also the disposal field, which is a requirement of ECAN. I mean, they won't let us put treated effluent into the river. I know that system you described, Graham, does say that it's suitable for that. But the advice we have currently is that won't be acceptable. So
yeah, no, we're not proposing putting it into the river.
There's another $1 million there. So if you're asking where $3 million comes versus your $1 million solution, that's probably some clarification.
Unfortunately, the engineer who has worked for 20 years in Germany on this plant unsuccessfully tried to contact the council engineers to meet them down at and they didn't return his calls for 2 weeks. He did come down and said 2 things. One, we don't need to have a raised system to have it sprinkled out on, a raised that can just go straight on the ground. And I asked him about the reticulation system and he said, don't worry about that. You won't need that. Put this system in. We'll monitor how it works. If there's more coming through than what we think it can manage, we'll monitor that. And that's not a priority. So he's already told us that we don't have to renew the reticulation system and we don't have to have a huge expense and put in a raised system where the drippers would go on. It can simply go on the ground.
Yeah, I accept what you're saying, as what you've been told, but I guess there's a difference of scientific opinion between the council's wastewater engineers and their consultants versus your one, I guess, and that needs to be resolved between those two people. But my comments were for clarification about how the process has got to where it is. And certainly the discussions that you and I had at the meetings were around what was the best solution for the community. And we looked at bolting, didn't we, and decided that having it trucked away all the time was just too expensive. And trying to dispose of it on site was the preferred method. And out of that has come this solution. And that's, at the moment, it's the most cost-effective solution. If there was a way of doing it cheaper, well, everyone would want to vote for that. But as yet, we're not sure we're actually seeing a solution which is actually cheaper than what's been put forward.
Well, one of the difficulties I see is that, I mean, I'm not putting anyone's weights up here, but the council engineer who's in charge of that sort of work, I mean, he said to me, I'm a general practitioner, not a specialist, and that's fine. I mean, we don't expect them. The man who come down from Germany is a specialist. He's a world-renowned specialist. If he says this is what will happen, you know, and he also said, and this is, to me, is really important, if the council engage a contracting firm to look at different proposals and come back and say the contracting firm can say, well, this proposal looks like the best, then the council should engage that firm and get on with it. The problem with contracting at the moment, as I see it, and certainly as he saw it, is that in fact, some of these contracting firms, they run the show and you've got no control over what the final cost will be. He said, our price will be that price, no more. But if you get a contracting firm in who manage the system, if you like, manage the putting it in, then it could be anything. It could go through the roof. Furthermore, this system, and there is an engineer here who's familiar with this system is installed, you know, all around the world. So, and in Auckland too, by the way. So it's not new, it's not a mystery, but I think ultimately it's so, I know it sounds simple, but I think this council would be a perfect fit, not just for us, but for a number of areas around the district, price-wise and simplicity.
As I said, Graham, we're always open to ideas about how we can do it cheaper, but it has to be consentable.
Pardon?
It has to be consentable.
Oh, yes,
and that's
absolutely.
the thing that actually has to get us over the line.
Yep.
And, you know, your suggestion of our staff being generalists is true, but certainly they're using consulting engineers who are specialists, who understand what can be consented and what can't be. And that's the key problem. At the moment, we've got a proposal which can be consented, you know, and that, again, I think no one around this table that would say, let's not go back and have a look and see if this can be consented at a cheaper price. But our advice so far is that it can't. But again, let's revisit it if it can be.
Yeah, it hasn't been looked at yet.
Thank you for that. And I just, Councillor Miller's comments at the end there, I mean, our view as a council has been to try and come up with a system that extends the life of the Selwyn huts, because without it, the current system has a consent expiry of months, not years. And so we are looking to do what we can to extend that time frame, and linking the licenses with a consent in the first instance, as far as time frame goes, is a good way to actually think about the life and whether or not a consent might be renewed or changed, and the lifetime of a particular system that's installed might be longer, will be a discussion for another council into the future. But at the moment, we're wanting to make sure that we are really open and clear with the community, as I think we have been for the last 2 years, around the timeliness of a decision that needs to be made, the ultimate cost of what that may look like, and the ability for the community to buy into what that answer is going to be. So we'll be in deliberations over the next couple of weeks, which will include your submission as well as all of the other submitters, both on the Selwyn huts and all the other issues that we're facing as a council. And we'll be communicating that back over the next couple of months. The issue around the license for Selwyn huts, it's slightly more complicated because it's not just an annual plan matter, it's the license matter as well. And so they will be dealt with in two separate work streams, but we'll certainly be looking to work with you. And as Councillor Miller has said, finding a solution that works with ECAN and consents is going to be key to that answer. So thank you for taking the time, Graham, and coming in today.
Just if I could just clarify one thing. We used to, the Selwyn huts for 100 years used to run by its own elected committee, and it collected the license fee and used that money to run the water, sewer, whatever it is. When the committee was dissolved by this council in committee, then typically obviously what happens now is you come along to the council office and you pay your rates and you pay your license fee. Now there's no separation. That's why I put $1,800 for my 130 square metre block, because when we give the money to the council, you don't say, well, that money's sort of separate for that. For me, when we give the money to the council, it is one amount. That's the $1,800. And just also, I understand that the consent has been extended for 4 years already, not months.
Yeah, the consent will be extended so long as we have a solution that can be implemented over those next 4 years. If we don't have that answer, then that extension won't be there. So that's hence the urgency around making a decision. And we can look to clarify those notes have been taken around the licence fees versus the rates, and if that can be clarified further through the paperwork that gets sent to licence holders, we'll look to do that too. So thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Miller.
I know, Graham, you say that, but it's important that the wider community knows that there's a two-part equation. There is a licence fee and there is rates. It's not just rates. It is a separate component. I know you feel like you're just paying your rates bill when you go in there, but it is two separate components.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the time today to come down, Graham, and share that with us.
Thank you.
Next, we have submitter Raymond Williams, who will not be joining us. So, David, if you just take us through his, and also Jane Potts is now not attending either.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So we had an email from Raymond Williams this morning, who said, we've heard through the SDC system bringing forward the irrigation funding to 2021 has been recommended by staff, and we're happy with that. Secondly, after some discussion, we will withdraw the increase on the tractor purchase for the mower for 2021. We'll reconsider this in 21-22. Thirdly, we're still happy. We will still be happy to delay modernising the pavilion till 22-23 and acknowledge understanding that there will be a carryover funds from 19-20 through 2021. And Mr. Mayor, I'm just going on next submission, Jane Potts,
yes,
who was also advised she's not coming. In her submission, Jane acknowledges that she is happy to maintain the average 3.5 rate increase. With respect to the water charges, she notes this needs to be a scheme dependent and not one size fits all across the district. She supports the Darfield wastewater proposal, noting Darfield will stagnate without this, as both ECAN and CDHB are not supporting on-site systems.
Thank you for that. The next submitter is Rachel Inch. I think it's all Rachel come in. Hi, Rachel. If you'd like to take a seat at the front of the room, councillors, this is on page 41 through 43 of today's agenda. Rachel, thanks for taking the time to write your initial submission to us that has been circulated to councillors and read. You're welcome today to highlight anything in there that you would like to bring to our attention or to bring any new information to us that you'd like to present today. We've allowed 10 minutes for this conversation, which will include some question and answers probably at the end. The microphone's already on in front of you, and in the middle of the room there's a tripod with a camera on it, and we're all on the council website at the moment, streaming there and on YouTube, just to keep these sessions public. So I'll hand the floor to you.
Thank you. Hello to everyone, and thank you for giving me the time to be heard today. I'm making this submission today in a personal capacity as a rural ratepayer. However, I also bring an insight to the urban and rural needs of our community across Selwyn. My husband and I are deer farmers in Melbourne. Our family has been farming for 6 generations. I am the founder of the Selwyn Creative Network Trust and a volunteer for the Two Rivers Community Trust. And part of my work there is that I run the community stream via the Melbourne Hub. What I'm here to do today is to give you some credible information about your community to help you make some decisions. I'll be presenting you with some information that I see at the coalface alongside my passion for the wider community. I couldn't not bring my passion to it. I'll also show you how this information relates to the Treasury's Living Standards Framework. The Treasury's Living Standards Framework defines social capital as the cultural, ethical and philosophical norms of our society, the social and political institutions that organise a society, and the way that people interact within that society, i.e. how they trust each other. The paper further discusses key points such as economic growth is not just about lifting the people's incomes, but also about the resources available to spend on community assets. Social cohesion is not just about lifting social connectedness, but also the role of things like the rule of law in promoting economic growth and the fairness of government's processes in promoting equity. Equity is not just about income, but also the distribution of value and whether there are fair processes. So in my written submission, I respectfully outline my view to oppose a rates increase, but I also offer a fair and reasonable option there, as I understand the decisions that you are faced with every day. I do not believe that this is the time for us to be placing extra burden on ratepayers. We are in a time of great disruption to our way of life, our economy, our thought processes, and the way that we do things and the things that we now value. COVID-19 has highlighted and brought issues to the fore that have actually been bubbling under the surface while we've been busy striving for financial economic growth. Suddenly, we're realising now that the previous forecasts, models and processes are no longer fit for purpose, and the way that our country's health is measured has changed. We know that measuring the health of a community is about ensuring our people have food, healthcare, education, housing, and a political voice to live a life of dignity. So it really concerns me as a ratepayer and someone who's at the fore of delivering these social services that the Selwyn District Council releases information highlighting the good position that we're in compared to other districts. 701.5 hours is the voluntary hours that I completed for our arts community last year. I did this because we have a lack of support for the creative and cultural sector in Selwyn. Part of the work that I've done includes supporting the creative people through this current devastating loss of income. Our sector was immediately hit with a cease in income, and many of our artists or performers or creative people were in crisis. In fact, a recent survey that I completed showed that 75% of creative people saw an extreme or major impact to their business, and the other 25% reported just a small impact, and that data related with people who had an alternative income source. During the lockdown, I was also a part of a team of Melbourne-based businesses and community volunteers who mobilised to ensure the community received the essential services they needed, which included information distribution, pharmacy medicine delivery, food delivery, resource distribution, and a friendly cooler system. During this time, I worked over 90 hours over level 3 and 4 to support the needs of our people. This is not an appropriate time for me to be advocating for the value of the work I do in the community, but rather to highlight what I'm seeing in terms of our district's social capital and state of community. We have to be prepared to be able to have hard conversations, and we can't gloss over the fact that there is a real need and impact of COVID-19 in this district. No area has been untouched. We have families who can barely afford rent. They've exhausted all help available, and they fit outside the box of further help. We have children in our community, and I say this quite genuinely, who are going to school without food and stealing food off other children. I have people approaching me in crisis as they don't know how to meet the mounting costs of living. I look to the community, I watch the social media, and I look to the community, and I see this great sense of distrust between the community and the council. And it just highlights to me that we're just not doing enough to build that social capital in our community. I live 76 kilometres away from Lincoln Event Centre. My visits to Eastern Selwyn are in a voluntary capacity to ensure that our community is serviced. I don't get rubbish collection. We don't have a water scheme. We have a septic tank. Our road is unsealed. And yet I'm asked to support council initiatives and pay over $4,000 a year to receive little value for the service I pay for. I can't keep doing it. Our wieners were unable to be sold because COVID-19 disrupted the venison industry, and our winter income was stopped completely, and yet I still had to force on and help other people. Not all areas of farming have been unscathed. I believe we need to work collectively here. We need to pull some resources and get everyone over the threshold from survival to thriving. We can't do that until we're prepared to get truthful about what's in front of us. Now, I'd just like to, I know you guys have had a lot to deal with and you've had a lot of submissions, so I'd just like you to pause your thoughts for a minute if I still have your attention. And just imagine that I told each and every one of you that you've got one more paycheck left in the next fortnight. Think about that. What does that mean for you and your family? How are you going to pay your bills? Who are you going to turn to for support? How will you feed your family? Who will you contact for help? In Selwyn, it's people like me. It's your volunteers, it's your churches, your non-profits, your community groups and organisations. This is what we're seeing every day and it's getting worse. We're staring down the barrel at a predicted 2,000 jobs lost, and there is little social service available to meet that need. I really want to acknowledge all the good work you guys do and the council in terms of operational. I know that you all work really hard and do your best and you're often faced with very tough decisions, but I'm asking you to keep focused on the people. We don't need more stuff. We don't need more buildings. We need this organisation to have our back as a community. We need to work together to build strong social capital. So in closing, I don't support the increases in rates right now because of the implications to the well-being of your community. And I ask the council to please consider the living standards framework in your decision-making process and get in the face of some of those harder questions. Do we as an organisation create trust with the people we serve? Are we investing in the right areas because it's always been done this way? Or are we prepared to be bold as a district and build a new way forward in partnership with our people? Are we prepared to listen? I give you my assurance today that I will stand beside this organisation and the community and help you to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel, and for that submission to us, and the knowledge that you bring of the community is helpful for us too as we make these decisions. Are there questions that councillors have of Rachel's submission today? Very concise. You've
Sam.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Rachel, for your heartfelt and passionate submission. Really appreciate that. A struggle I have is in the tension between your request for a no rates rise, but a stronger investment in the social capital as to how we fund that without increasing our rates, without cutting other areas. I just wonder, have you any suggestions of how we balance that tension?
Well, social capital, as I understand it, and there's a lot of different definitions for it and people see it all differently, but social capital isn't just about putting funds. I'm talking about collective resources. The things that the council have done really well is this transparency to the community. There are a lot of people out there that don't know how to come and share their voice with the community, and by putting it on the streaming and YouTube and Facebook, it's actually helped create a little bit more knowledge out there, which creates a sense of trust. So I can't sit here and give you the answers of what you need to do to build that social capital. That comes down to an amazing team of staff who are more knowledgeable in that area. But what I can do is I can tell you that as someone that works actively in the community and understands where you guys are coming from, I'll stand by you to help build that trust with our community, because that's where it starts, and then the staff who bring the knowledge can perhaps give you more answers for that. I hope that's helped.
Thank you. It is. Yeah. Thank you, Rachel. And I've seen you working in the community, and I appreciate all you do.
Thanks.
Thank you. We will be having deliberations on all the submissions we've received over the next couple of weeks and communicating them back in the next couple of months. So thank you for taking the time today.
Cool. Thanks.
Cheers. The next submitter is Lyndall Marshall from Waikirikiri Hockey. It's pages 56 through 58, councillors, of today's agenda. Lyndall, thank you for taking the time and preparing the submission that has been circulated to all councillors, that has been read by them. You're welcome to use your time today to highlight anything in there that you'd like to bring to our attention, or to present any new information that you think is relevant to our decision making. As I said, and you might have been in the room and I explained to Rachel, there's a camera on a tripod sitting in front of you, and this is currently being streamed on the council website, and the microphone is on in front of you. So we've allowed 10 minutes, including some question and answers, and I'll hand the floor to you.
Excellent, thank you very much. So I'm Lyndall Marshall, founding president of Waikirikiri Hockey, and currently the committee member in charge of future facilities. Got here Emma Hodgkin, she's the CEO of Canterbury Hockey. And in the past, we've presented also with Peter Cox from Canterbury Artificial Sports Trust. He sends his apologies today. He's got another appointment. So I thought I'd start just by discussing our vision and purpose of the club. So the vision of the club was to create healthy families in the Selwyn community through an established and credible sports club. So many of you have heard me present before. We started 3 years ago. So we now deem ourselves to be established. We're doing a great job. We are established in the Canterbury Hockey Competition, and we've got repeat players coming back year and year, and we've got new members continuing to join. We've got commercial sponsors that have joined in and supporting the club, so we now deem ourselves to be an established sports club. We're working on our credibility, and we've been doing that by getting players into rep teams. Emma's got some information on how Canterbury Hockey see us as being credible. And we're performing really well on the field, and have a huge emphasis on coach development. Then it comes down to our actual purpose, is growing the game of hockey. We've got an ethos of people, pathways and performance, and people is the first part of that, and engaging with the people in the community. We've had massive growth, which is why we're here today, talking about future need for facilities. So you'll see in the report that I did, we basically have had a conservative approach to the club of targeting 5% of children at school that are focused on hockey and participate in hockey. In areas where there are facilities, you actually have a higher percentage of that, but we've done all of our club targets and growth targets just on the 5%. We expect the club to double in the next 6 years based on growth and based on the uptake that we've got to take in terms of where we are with that 5% of children in schools. And therein lies our constraint. So currently with the half turf at Foster Park, we're actually operating at capacity last year with 22 teams. The turf was used from 3 o'clock till 8 o'clock every day for trainings. And it's also been used, as I got in the report there, for other community groups with Selwyn Sports Trust and Koru Games, and various other groups that have used it. So we're at a constrained capacity. Initially, the club was formed side by side. The club was formed. You have facilities. If you don't have a facility, you can't have a club, because we're a facility-driven sport. So we're at that constraint point again already after 3 years. So we're coming today to present the case that in 2022 we'd like to be playing on a full turf in Foster Park, and that will give us the ability to grow forward from there. If that opportunity doesn't come about, what will happen is Waikirikiri will essentially be a junior club. What will happen is our players will get to a certain age, there won't be the senior teams, and they'll end up travelling into town once they get their driver's licence and their ability to travel. They'll go and play for the city clubs, and the Selwyn district will basically have a junior hockey opportunities. As a club ourselves, we provide senior engagement opportunities with social hockey and stuff on a Wednesday night at Foster Park. So it's more that competitive pathway, and the pathway through that people, if new facilities are not established, will basically just stay as we are now as a junior club. There is room in the 2023 Community Facilities Activity Management Plan that has already targeted some funds for a full turf. The indications, New Zealand Hockey Facility Strategy, population of over 40,000 people, indicates that you have the capacity for a full turf. Forecast for the time we've got here in 6 years, as the report was 41,000 people in Selwyn. And there's also a latent indicator that New Zealand Hockey uses of 50 hockey players per active residents, and we're sitting at 122 at the moment, so there's capacity there, showing that there is capacity for more hockey players in the community. So they're the key points out of that business case. I'll hand over to Emma and she'll give a high level picture of what's happening with New Zealand hockey and Canterbury hockey.
Sure, thank you. The advantage that Lyndall has is I've lived in Selwyn district for 13 years and have presented to this council before. So came into this role with a really good understanding of the strategic approach that Waikirikiri Hockey Club was wanting to take, and the growth and obviously the demand and other factors for Selwyn district as a region. Fairly new to this role from the start of this year, but been kind of thrown in the deep end with a number of key projects. Obviously, you're probably aware around the development of Napunawai. Hockey has been a key strategic partner to the development of that facility and the relationship with Christchurch City Council. It's been very important for Canterbury hockey in working through the future demands for outdoor space and community space. As Linda already touched on, hockey does have that constraint, for want of a better word, that it's one of those sports that you can't really play very well unless you have the right surface and the right facilities to play on. Currently, as it stands, Canterbury hockey use the 2 turfs at Napunawai 7 days of the week, with competitions running 6 days a week. We have teams training there and Nunwick Park from 3:30 every afternoon through to 10 o'clock at night. They would go later, the teams, if they could, if resource consent for the lights allowed. We also use a number of satellite turfs across the region. Rangiora is also our other key hub, for want of a better word, and CHA, prior to my being there, were very involved with the Waimak District Council in terms of setting up the facility there, and that is widely utilised by the city teams and also the Kaipoi and Rangiora hockey clubs as well, for the same purpose as what Lyndall has outlined of the reducing the need to travel for people in North Canterbury to have accessibility to hockey. In terms of the size of the turf out here at the moment, the half turf does restrict to junior forms of the game. We do hire a lot of satellite turfs for other junior competitions, predominantly at schools around Christchurch, but they are mostly private schools, Rangiora, St Margaret's and St Andrews. Most of the school turfs, though, are less than half a size, so they're mainly used for training. Having a full turf at Selwyn would give Canterbury hockey the opportunity to run more formal junior opportunities and games locally in Rolleston, because we could physically split a turf in half. We often play the juniors on 2 half turfs, but we can't do that at our other satellite venues at the moment. So we are quite restricted to space at Nunwick Park and Napunawai. Having a senior competition long-term in Rolleston, well, for the Selwyn district, would be really important. We do have a really high number of players across all grades for hockey. 41% of all players is in the junior space at the moment, and 32% is across senior and masters grades. We hosted the New Zealand Masters tournament here in February, and the eldest player was 87. And so it is truly a game that really has a lot of appeal across all ages, and male and female. 57% of our player base is girls and young women. And we have over 420 coaches across the region as well. So similar to Rachel's point in her previous submission, that one of the things that COVID has highlighted is the importance that community sport has in the framework and the fabric of our community. High performance has taken a hit, which we would have expected to, and people's appetite has certainly gone back to grassroots sport and physical activity. We thought as an organisation during COVID, we would return to having a lot fewer numbers wanting to play when people were able to play again, and would possibly see a drop off of organised sport for people opting to participate more, going for walks and informal recreation. That has surprisingly not been the case. We have had a huge influx of demand for return to hockey. We had, the first week we opened trainings, we had 109 hours of training just at Nunwick Park in the first week across, and that was just senior teams. So we start club competition again next weekend, which will be set to run 6 days a week from all of our grades through to junior, through to our senior grades. So really supportive. of the Waikirikiri Club and the work that they have done. They were finalists for New Zealand Hockey Award for Community Club of the Year. Unfortunately, we didn't get our trip to Auckland, Lyndall, because COVID put that.
We have to still wait and see. We may not win the award. We'll wait and see.
But, you know, as an organisation, some of the work that our outlying clubs have really put in has been vital to the longevity of community sport, and also making sure that a sport like hockey is accessible to a wider group in our community. For a long time, it's been a sport predominantly played by white middle class people living in the north of Christchurch, and there hasn't been a lot of opportunity because of the way facilities are structured for other people to participate. So it's really exciting that my kids, as residents of Selwyn, through their school and the programs that we're running in schools and the work that the hockey club are doing, that they will have that opportunity to participate as well.
Thank you, Lyndon and Emma, for the submission to us. There'll be some questions from councillors. I guess just one from me to begin with. There's a number of other sports that also need the facility to be able to play. I mean, every sport needs a facility, but some are more capital intensive than others. I'm just thinking of squash as an example. And there are a number of squash clubs that have built their own facilities and own their own facilities, and are at the moment struggling to find, you know, $2,000 to pay the insurance on those facilities. I guess what you're asking from us is that council would own the facility, build it and own it. What is the return on from players contributing to the costs of that, if it's been used from 3 till 10 or later if resource consents would allow? I guess what's the capacity within Canterbury Hockey to contribute, and what do players end up contributing, and does that cover 20% of the cost of the turf over 20 years? Is it 50%, or does it cover all of the costs, in which case you're just asking us to bank something at the very beginning?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a question that people can, it's hard to get your head around. So how I'd like to pitch it would be using the Foster Park example. Just for the hours of use, like we've mentioned the hours of use, you can basically use a turf from 3 to 8 or 3 to 10, however you, as much as you want to use it, as opposed to a grass field. The traditional game of hockey is on a grass field. You can use that. A couple of teams could practice on that in an afternoon, and that's it. Otherwise it gets wrecked, or dependent on the weather, the facility doesn't get used. So in the last 2 seasons, each season hockey was cancelled 1 weekend across the last 2 years. So the hours of use of the facilities is what's that make, 95% or whatever, like it's massive, right? There's huge use. I did the numbers of, there's a needs analysis and a business case which I've completed and presented to a couple of staff and a couple of councillors. And in that, we've got the information as an example of the 5 football fields, the cost of the first 5 football fields at Foster Park. So that investment back in 2017 was $1.5 million for the five football fields at Foster Park. A hockey turf is anywhere from 5 to 8 grass fields, depending on your hours of use. And like Canterbury Hockey would really push the hours of use because we've got more senior players who go to 10 o'clock at night for a rep team's quite happy to play. As a community sport, we wouldn't push till 10 o'clock because we don't want 13-year-olds out there training at night. So our hours of use would be more in the sort of 6-7 fields equivalent of a grass field. So basically on those numbers, the investment of $2 million essentially for a hockey turf is exactly the same investment that was made for the 5 football fields in 2017 in Foster Park. So I'd actually flip the question back the other way and go, what does the council currently ask from the football participants for contribution to those facilities? It's just a mindset change as opposed to an extra demand. It's getting your head around the fact that an AstroTurf can be used for a huge number of hours and the cancellations are very, very low. The maintenance itself is like monthly and annual. It's not like a weekly maintenance requirement. So maintenance costs are similar to lower depending on how you manage the facility. But so it's all based around the hours of use. So hopefully that kind of helps. I'd actually flip the question back the other way and go, what would you expect the football players to contribute? And of course, hockey would contribute the same amount.
Well, it does, thank you, because that's a question that we're currently asking and sort of been delayed through COVID, is around the the cost to use council reserves for established sports. So that is the same space that we're at. So thank you for that answer. And I do want to say congratulations on the last 3 years. It's been great to see the development of the club. It's provided a lot for our community, and that's done a lot in the background and the way that you set things up and the people that you've got around you and your management team of the club itself, as well as the parents and kids that get on board. So congratulations on that.
Sorry, there was just one other point I was going to add to your question. I think the other thing, traditionally hockey is a very expensive sport to play, and that's predominantly down to the fact that it costs every time you use a turf. It's different to going onto a field, you know, and you have a run around and a kick, and there's not a huge amount of cost to that. Most of your sub portion is what you give to the club to support their running. So for hockey, there is the add-on costs. Our affiliation fees that we charge, they have a turf replacement component, which goes to the Canterbury Artificial Services Trust that supports the replacement of turfs at Nunwick Park, because that's who owns the turfs there. One of the things that is very valuable, though, by having a council-owned facility for something like a turf, is I know for Waikirikiri, their fees that they have to pass on to players is substantially less, because they're not paying the same level of overhead or higher rates that they are paying for some of those other turfs. So as an example, if you are a club wanting to come and use Napunawai or Nunwick Park, you pay $172 an hour to use the turf. Comparative, the rates are obviously for the club at the moment not being charged a lease or
we'd worked out once we got to 5 senior clubs needing to train at Napunawai, it's $10,000 a year of cost to the club that would have to.
Thank you. And if we could ask that the report that has been circulated to some, and maybe some staff, could be included in the paperwork that is through deliberations or made available, would be good as well. Councillor Alexander.
Thank you. First of all, I do also want to acknowledge and say congratulations on your successful establishment and your growth. Success brings us challenges, doesn't it? From the growth. We've seen that with other clubs here in Selwyn. You've answered the question that I had about the capacity at Napunawai. That's actually really helpful for us to know. We see a new facility and we sort of wonder how well it's utilised, and it's utilised pretty much to its max. And that's what the questions I have is, what sort of full turf? You've said artificial, but is it, what sort of artificial is it?
Yeah, we'd like it to be a hockey specific surface. And that's kind of where Peter Cox is part of this team. So he's part of the Canterbury Artificial Sports Trust. They're right in the forefront of hockey. Every Olympics, there's a new surface that gets developed. You know, there's water-based, there's sand-based, there's no water-free, there's all sorts of things. So that would be part of the business case, and part of the investigation would be to determine which surface, but it would be a hockey-specific surface. Yeah. So it would be specifically for hockey, which other sports like can play touch and other things on them, but the primary purpose of that surface would be for playing hockey. Yeah.
Okay, you've touched on a couple of my follow-on questions. Was the contribution towards its construction and its multi-use. So other sports can use it, but it's primarily for hockey. So that's actually an important thing. As we develop our facilities here, we try to be as multi-use as possible. We turned down a request from Selwyn Football for an artificial pitch 3 or 4 years ago on the same basis. It was expensive and they didn't bring any money to the table to help with it. The ongoing maintenance costs, you've kind of touched on that. What kind of annual maintenance costs are expected with this kind of surface?
Yeah, I've only got information out of Sport New Zealand that they have with hockey facilities.
But if it's in your document, that's fine. That's the question I had. The final question I have is, while we've identified Foster Park as a potential solution, would a different location that perhaps had further room for expansion be a better location? If we could identify a different reserve, we could put one surface on now and potentially a second going forward, would that actually be a better option? Because at Foster Park, you're always going to have the tension. The more space you take, the less space football get. And there's that tension between two very successful clubs.
Yeah, we did that as part of the needs analysis in the business case, because we've got a partnership with Lincoln University in terms of long term. Once we become in the higher grades, the higher senior grades, there's a partnership and understanding we've got there with Lincoln University, and they're out of town scholars that they bring into Canterbury to be players for Waikirikiri. So we looked at the option of actually having it at Lincoln University. They've got the old football academy, perfect location for it there. we just saw that as inherently risk. There hasn't been a Selwyn District Council Lincoln University joint partnership on any project in the past, and I don't want to be the one to change that status. I can't see, it's just inherent, there's so much inherent risk and failure just on the financials of that actually working. Also, we discussed it with our members. We presented it at our prize giving, and the feedback from our members was the majority of people are already in Rolleston. The foundation of the club is in Rolleston, so in terms of accessibility, cycling to practice after school, all that kind of stuff, the main population hub is still in Rolleston. So the opportunities and the least barriers, we still see that as Rolleston is the base.
There is a small turf at Lincoln High School as well, which this Lincoln High School tend to use. It's not great, but it's usable from a school team. They still use it.
Thank you, Councillor McInnes.
Sorry, I did have one other question. I guess it's to do with the other development that's happening at Foster Park, which is the indoor court stadium, which has already reduced the football capacity. Do you understand the constraints that we're currently in terms of next season, next winter, would still be under constraints if that football field won't be restored, and that it would potentially take another football field away?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that comes back to the kind of hub and spoke model. You've got, should all of football's fields be at Foster Park? Should they, have other little training facilities? That's how the football was established anyway, with a number of smaller clubs. It's sort of the centralised, decentralised model argument, isn't it? So we think for the hockey facility, the best place is to have it at Foster Park. I think creating that hub and the atmosphere and the experience of having other sports playing. I mean, it's an amazing park and it's really well done. I think the more facilities there are in the one space. I had the chance of speaking at the one of the COVID recovery meetings, and I think it's about people having the choice to choose what they want to do. There's not like one club is going to be the best club. It's like Selwyn District needs to present every opportunity for people to be engaged in something that they enjoy and they participate in. So having multiple sports in the one area means people can go into Foster Park and go, oh, actually, my kid wants to play soccer, and my kid wants to play hockey, and my kid wants to play basketball, and it's all an opportunity for people to get engaged.
Thank you, Councillor McInnes and Councillor Reid.
Kia ora, ladies, thank you for coming. Congratulations on what is obviously a very successful club and growing and everything. You've already answered a few of my questions that I had written down. But I guess my main one is, you don't necessarily need to respond to this one, but we've had a lot of people coming here today and yesterday asking for rates to be decreased, not for more projects to be put in, and specifically in many cases not more projects in Rolleston, which at this time is obviously quite understandable. And also there has occasionally been noticed that we spend a lot of money on sports in Selwyn and not much in certain other sectors. So I'll just let that one lie, because it is kind of an underlying challenge for everybody there. I guess
just on that, the infrastructure of a hockey turf is essentially a road, and Peter Cox would have spoken to this if he was here, because he'd mentioned it to me. Basically, it's a 50-year infrastructure of a road below an artificial carpet, which gets replaced on a 10-year basis. So the actual infrastructure of a hockey turf is community long-term infrastructure, which the council has means to fund that. Yeah, so it's
sure
not
we do at the moment, but
yeah, so it's not. It's if you look at the facility as that type of infrastructure, the same as the initial grass fields at Foster Park,
Yeah. I guess my main question was going to be, so you've mentioned before that it's like is it $172 an hour to use the turfs at Napunawai or Nunweek? If in the course of reviewing how much we require sports clubs to pay and everything else, if it came out anywhere near that number or even half that number, how much would that change your willingness to want to come to the party with putting in a full turf?
Yeah, well, we don't. That's just the cost of playing the sport. So what that would mean is our club fee. We're actually the lowest club fees that we have across Canterbury hockey, to ensure that we've got that opportunity for people to play. So by adding on the cost and the fees, it just creates barriers for people to participate. So somewhere along the line has to pay the cost as either council or as individuals.
The council pays, then ratepayers pay. So that's why I'm trying to tease it out, because not all ratepayers play hockey.
Yes. Yeah.
I know you want more of them too. But.
Yeah. I suppose the other thing is Whinapunawai, as an example, the council have a set rate, which is negotiated and agreed from the partner organisations at Whinapunawai. And then we pay those rates directly. So for Canterbury Hockey, there's obviously a margin built into that because we pay for our staff and the running of all of our competitions and things like that too. Some of our clubs traditionally have accessed Class 4 Gaming Trust funding or sponsorship to support some of the fees with hiring their turfs, so they don't have to pass that on to participants. But essentially the challenge is that hockey, most of the costs, whether whoever's paying for it, and most of the cost falls on the participant at the end. So even if it was, say, council built with capital input from somewhere else, and there was some sort of running cost income that the council recouped either from the turf hire or a lease through the club, at the end of the day, most of the payment comes down to at the end to the end user or participant.
Thank you. We've had an extended conversation around the turf, which has been good to hear, but there are other submitters here today, and just want to ensure that we're on time.
Sorry, Sam. There actually is income from Canterbury Hockey to the council now for use of the half turf at Foster Park on a Saturday morning. So any CHA competition games, there is income for, and the likes of the Coro games and secondary school tournaments, those types of other things we could do would create revenue. There is revenue stream from the facility. Yeah.
Thank you. And final question, Councillor Reid.
Just want to say a big thank you to you guys coming along, and especially to you, Linda, all the work that you've done with getting all the people behind you and setting up this club. It's amazing how far it's come in 3 years. And I will say that I can speak from the perspective of being a parent. My kids have been playing hockey and they're quite excited that hockey is actually starting up again. Well, practices are starting up again this week. So we're talking about full turf. Now, the ages of the kids that start playing on full turf is year 7, 8. So these are, if we go back to old Form 1, Form 2, so they're actually 11 and 12-year-olds are playing games on full turfs. And we've spoken about, we're using the half turf for practices. Can you elaborate more on how you're constrained going forward and what's going to be, without having the full turf, what is going to be happening going forward with actually practices, without talking about games, but actually practices?
Yeah, well, it comes down to that the more senior teams that we have, they have to use all of Foster Park for one training session. So if you've only got 4 training sessions available and you've got 4 senior teams, that's a whole day that uses that facility. The junior teams, we double up. We can have 2 junior teams on the facility at a time. So basically what will happen is when we get to the point where we've got more senior teams, we'll need to get those players to travel into the city to train on a suitable surface, and that's just a barrier for families with multiple children, and going multiple places is just a barrier. People will stop playing. Otherwise, the super keen ones will continue to play, but they'll actually change and play for a city club. So it becomes a constraint in training and accessibility. So the more senior teams we have means the less teams can actually train at any one time, because we can't double up with half of the facility. And when those teams travel in, there's obviously the extra costs that we currently don't have.
So just saying about what you mean as senior teams, what ages is that? Just
so we deem a senior team as an 11-a-side team, so from year 7, 8. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we're getting into some specifics that aren't going to help us in our decision making next week around this facility. Thanks for the extended conversation that we've been able to have. It's been good to understand the club in some more detail today. We'll be having deliberations over the next couple of weeks around what council spending looks like in the next 12 months, and then spending the next couple of months after that communicating back to submitters and the community around what that looks like. So thank you for today.
Excellent. Thank you.
The next submitter is Waikirikiri Tennis Club, and I understand Hamish is here. Hamish, thank you for taking the time to send us in the written submission in the first instance. That has been circulated to all councillors, and we have had a chance to read that. Today, you're welcome to highlight any particular points in that you'd like to raise with us and also bringing in any new information that you have to share. We've allowed 10 minutes for this conversation with some flexibility, as you've just seen. And there's a microphone that's in front of you, and there's a video camera on a tripod in the middle of the room, just so you're aware this is being streamed on the council website. So the floor's yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, my name's Hamish Limbrick. I'm the president of the Waikirikiri Tennis Club, which is a small tennis club at Matakarara. We were founded in 1924. We're coming up to our centenary. And the club went into recess for a wee while in the middle of the century, last century, but then was re-established in the early 80s by local families who recreated the courts themselves. We have a growing junior membership of about 30 juniors, and we have around 15 adult members. Matakarara is a very small community, and we're just on the edge of the Selwyn district. So we don't have a lot of resources to fundraise for ourselves. We field two junior teams and two senior teams in the Ellesmere tennis competition. Our high school team came second in the first division this year. We provide after-school coaching for 25 children on Fridays with 4 coaches, 1 professional coach, 2 high school student coaches, and a parent coach. And we're basically the only sporting facility in the Matakarara district for family-oriented sports. There's a shooting club, there's the trotting facility, but for family-oriented sports, we're the only club in our little district. So what we are hoping to achieve is to replace our 3 tennis courts that were created in the early 80s by families just coming together with the tractor and a bit of asphalt, and have lasted us 40 years to get these replaced. Because they have deteriorated over the years, the land is quite low-lying and it gets waterlogged, and the tennis courts need to have a better base. And that combined with the earthquakes 10 years ago has meant that the courts have degraded quite significantly. And in order for the club to stay sustainable, we need these courts replaced. We've had quotes between $80,000 and $120,000 to do this. That's out of our capabilities as a small community to fundraise by ourselves. So we're looking for other sources of funding to help us. We've had indicative commitments from the Waihora Domain Board of $20,000 to assist us. We have $7,000 in our own reserves that we can contribute. And we are looking to fundraise through fundraising activities as well. But we really need a kickstart to get us closer to this $80,000 to $120,000 level of funding that we require. So what I'd like to highlight is that any investment in these courts will be for a long term. We had 40 years out of very insubstantial courts previously, and we would imagine we would get at least 40 years to 50 years out of any new courts we put in. The maintenance cost to the council, if there was going to be any input from the council, would be negligible, because to date we have been able to self-fund our own maintenance. But I'd just like to highlight that the way that the tennis club is really the focal point for recreational activities for our little district, and how important it is to maintain that capability. Once the club goes into recess, if the courts aren't repaired and we have to go into recess, it'd be very difficult to get that club going again. So I'd like to also highlight what happened to the bowling club, which is right next door to the tennis club. That has gone into recess or closed. And so it's important to maintain momentum in these clubs. Yeah, that's
basically what.
And thank you. Very clear submission to us around what you're requesting. I wonder if there's any questions from councillors. Councillor Miller.
This is in my backyard, so I've got a really in-depth knowledge of it. And I guess what struck me immediately after this presentation was the difference between the previous presentation and this presentation, where you've got a large urban club who basically rolled up here and said, we want it built for us for nothing and we'll pay a rental, when you've got a small rural club who's coming along and saying, well, we're fundraised, we've got 26. This is a once in a generation opportunity, and that's what it is. It's a once in a generation renewal. It's not an annual basis. We've done as much as we can within our limited resources. Can you give us a hand? And I'm always more in favour of people that actually.
Grant, sorry, you're starting to get into some deliberations around the force and against.
I'm getting to a question. It's all right. Okay. To a question. Thank you for reminding me, Your Worship. I also wanted the latitude that Mr. Alexander's had, but anyway. Hamish, I mean, you've talked about this going to recess and the ability of this club to keep going. If we can't get support out of us or other funding organisations, how do you see the future? You know, what can you do other than this?
Well, previously we would have looked at pub charity funding as other sources of funding, but those are drying up. So our options are getting quite limited now. Of course, the courts deteriorate slowly, and you know, year by year or day by day, you don't notice deterioration, but coming back year after year, they're getting worse and worse. So we could struggle on for a year or two, but we want to create or maintain the club as a sustainable thing, a sustainable entity going forward for many years to come. And without the courts, it's just not going to happen.
Thank you. Councillor Alexander.
Thank you. I'm not as familiar with the area as Councillor Miller, with his extensive knowledge. But my question is, who actually owns the Waihora Park Reserve? Is it a private reserve?
I was going to be accompanied here today by Janine Duckworth, who is on the Waihora Domain Board, and she would be able to give you a better answer on that. Unfortunately, I don't
tell you, Mark, it's a dock reserve managed by Selwyn District Council.
Thank you. Well, thanks, Hamish, for coming in today, and well done on the success of your club and providing a facility for the local community. That's been really great, and we'll be considering your request over the next couple of weeks and communicating that back over the next couple of months. Thank you for taking the time.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Cheers. Our next submission is Anna Halliday from Hospitality New Zealand. Anna and Peter, welcome along to the meeting. Thank you for the written submission that you have sent in. That has been circulated to councillors and I've had a chance to read. So today is an opportunity for you to highlight anything in there that you'd like and bring in any new information to us. We've allowed 10 minutes for this conversation, including some question and answers. And as I mentioned to previous submitters, I think you've heard there's a camera in the middle of the room that's streaming this onto the council webpage at the moment. So I'll hand the floor to you.
Thank you. Anna Halliday, Hospitality New Zealand, Peter Morrison. We are here to speak to our CEO who wrote a letter to all the TLAs in New Zealand around financial remediation or fiscal support for hospitality businesses. I've just put together some slides basically to show you the impact of, or pre-COVID and then COVID impact on hospitality businesses. So we'll just run through those. And Pete.
Can I just also thank you for allowing us here, and also thank you for actually replying to the letter. In the Canterbury area, there's only this Christchurch City Council and yourselves that have actually bothered to reply. I don't know what the totals are for New Zealand, because we wrote to every council in New Zealand, but congratulations on being one of the two in the Canterbury area.
So obviously COVID-19 created extraordinary measures for the government who acted decisively, and obviously we needed some strict measures in place, but however that has seriously affected the hospitality industry as it has other industries. But the financial impact really is yet to filter down, as I'm sure you're all very aware being in the community. There's a lot yet to happen. And this will show, I think, the next 3 to 6 months. Nationally, estimates were early on about 30% of hospitality businesses were potentially going to go out of business. Canterbury, my guess is about nearly up to 50%. So it's a really grim time, mainly in Christchurch, to be fair. Prior to COVID-19, trade was fairly tough anyway. We had, obviously, in the middle of COVID-19, we had a second round of the increased minimum wage. Margins in hospitality businesses typically sit at between 10 and 15% for a reasonably good operator. It's a pretty low margin. The wage increases took 11% out of that margin. So now if you're servicing debt, you're basically turning over money for nothing. So it's a tough place to be for a lot of operators right now. This is prior to COVID-19 data. So February 2019, Canterbury is well supplied with hospitality businesses, and that is accommodation and food services industry. We provided employment to Cantabrians, and this was a forecast. So the data came from February 2019, but it was forecast into 2020, which you can see is obviously we're not going to be employing that many people in Canterbury and hospitality businesses anymore. So it was interesting. It's going to be a much sharper drop. Contribute 733 million to the GDP of Canterbury. Normally, I would have TLA specific data, but unfortunately, this data set didn't come by TLA, so I apologise for that. And prior to COVID-19, the businesses in the Canterbury region that were 0 to 19 employees, so small to medium businesses that were failing, were increasing every year. That's accommodation, and the next slide is food and beverage. So you can see, especially the food and beverage, is not a very easy game. And then along came COVID and consumer spending dropped like a stone. Hospitality, I don't know if you can see exactly, but it's quite hard to see the colours, but effectively this is hospitality, the lowest line here, and it tracks out is one of the lowest recovering industries.
And you will be aware that's because we've been closed more than anyone, any other retail business.
With
so
more
it certainly doesn't help.
Place.
A lot more restrictions, yeah.
Actual card spending on hospitality, April 2017 to April 2020, that's a fairly sharp looking graph, which is obviously just illustrates further drastic economic consequences. This is again, the food and beverage and accommodation sector is in the negative of somewhere around 400 million there. This is it's a smaller graph, but it's easier to see. Hospitality being down 93% for March to April. So that's $721 million. So that's, again, if I'd had TLA specific statistics, I would have put them in, but it's just a snapshot really. So in my role, Hospitality New Zealand provides employment support to members. Obviously, we're a member-based industry organisation, and so I have around 400 members myself. We're all divided up as a national group, so we're all divided up into different regions. So of my 400 members, I have had Central South Island, which is, as you can see, Waitaki, Mackenzie, Timaru, all those TLAs, 125 calls around redundancy. That's the highest in the country, unfortunately. So I've been a very busy person helping members with their redundancy situations, restructuring and redundancy. So that's, and as you can see in various areas in New Zealand, there's quite a lot of that happening too, and particularly the next biggest region is Southern South Island, which of course encapsulates Queenstown with all the redundancies down there, tourism-based industries. And finally, we get to the point that we're here for, is local government can help. When Julie wrote her letter to you, which you've seen, she noted several requests which Selwyn and Christchurch have been fairly supportive of. Particularly in the next slide, the alcohol licensing team at Selwyn has been really supportive of licensees. They were really proactive in helping licensees. If they were coming up for renewals, they looked to help save them money where they could under the reduced risk rating, if that was appropriate, of course. The safety plan was created or the COVID-19 specific safety plan was created by the licensing inspector, and he sent that off to all licensees, which was a huge support to them, just another thing they didn't have to worry about. So thank you to Selwyn District for supporting the licensees. But back to my previous slide, the temporary rates remissions and consideration of rates remissions or rebate options for business adversely affected by COVID-19 would be obviously a gift to small businesses that are really struggling. We're very aware that the council has limited funds as well and needs to do what it needs to do, but certainly in terms of supporting small business in a more and more upcoming tourism area, which obviously is, we're not going to see any international tourists for the next wee while, that would really make a big difference. The other really key thing is around the short-term accommodation, which isn't, my understanding, in Selwyn such a big deal, but places like peer-to-peer and Airbnb accommodation and some of the other TLAs is a real issue. So supporting commercial accommodation providers by ensuring that the district plan and various other control mechanisms or consenting mechanisms are enforced would be very helpful to those businesses that pay commercial rates, insurance, and a whole lot of other things in order to support the tourism sector in Selwyn.
I don't know if you're aware or are aware of the impact that Airbnb has had in Christchurch. It's $40 million went out of the hotels, motels, backpackers economy to Airbnb, and we're not against Airbnb, but it needs to be a level playing field. So they should be paying business taxes, they should be paying GST, they should have all the same safety requirements that a motel, hotel, backpackers, etc. have to have. So this problem is nationwide, and some councils have dealt with it, in Queenstown especially, but we really need central government to act on it as well. But if we get your support to central government to get them to act on it. Yeah, as I said, we're not against the Airbnb. It's a great facility around the world, but if it's a level playing field, we'd be quite happy.
Well, thank you. And thank you for taking the time to come and present to us. We often get letters from central bodies from somewhere else in New Zealand, and that's all it is a letter. So actually for you to turn up and be the local face of what that letter and signature is means a lot through this process and adds weight to your submission to us. And thank you for the feedback around how we've dealt with the situation so far. And I'll just note a couple of the requests that you have asked for have already been put in place by our council around the ability to delay rate payments for both businesses and individuals that are suffering through COVID, and also lowering of penalties for people where payment hasn't been made or won't be, can't be made on time. So thank you for that, and thank you again for coming in. We will be deliberating on your submission as well as all the others in the next couple of weeks, and communicating that back to the community and yourselves over the next couple of months. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for allowing us to.
The next submitter is Mark Brown, Beeley Developments, followed by Hughes Developments. Mark, you'll be speaking to both of those. You're welcome to do one after the other, and then we'll just have questions at the end if that works for you. Yep, so we've allowed 20 minutes for the two submissions. The microphone's on in front of you currently. There's a camera in the middle of the room, which you're starring in, and it's on our council website. And if just so that you're aware that's going on, I'll hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't envisage it's taking too long. It's just a brief appearance in support of the two submissions. Firstly, with relation to Beeley Development and Kuwi, Beeley Development own land adjacent to the built-up area of Kuwi on the southeast side, and it's a body of land between Hoskins Road and the State Highway. It's also adjacent, excuse me, an area you may be familiar with, currently subject to a plan change. It's Plan Change 60. So they're on our immediate boundary. The land currently owned by Beeley Development is zoned Living 2A. So it has got residential development potential in its current zoning capacity. And I suppose the bottom line is I'm here on behalf of them just to support the reticulation plans and the funding allocated towards the reticulation of Darfield, but just wanting to stress the importance of including Kuwi into those plans. I think with reticulation in place, particularly in support of new developments, it gives you the opportunity to cost recover and hopefully lessen some of the cost on having to retrofit and connect existing properties. Fully aware that it's a cost-effective approach to putting infrastructure in place is to do it once and do it all up front. You'll probably be aware there will be a cost over and above some initial capital outlay if you have to keep coming back to add portions on. Efficiencies and the quality of the system can be greatly improved by getting it all done up front and designed accordingly. And I suppose finally, this just represents another opportunity for Selwyn to stay ahead of the game. I've spoken previously in different forums that a large part of Selwyn's success as a growing district has been that its willingness to strategically plan ahead. I'll use the examples of the plan changes that were in place prior to the earthquake that were picked up by the LERP and the Pines sewer system, which was all in place and operational after the earthquake as well. So they were significant initiatives that the council had embarked upon before they were needed. And I see this as one of those opportunities. It's being able to put some key infrastructure in place for your townships before they're actually needed is good strategic planning in my view. So moving on to the West Melton situation and the water supply out there. Just speaking on behalf of Hughes Developments, and they're one of the primary developers out in West Melton, having been developers of the Gainsborough subdivision and also Halkett Grove. And generally they're just supportive of the Edendale scheme, purely on the basis that it provides some additional resilience for the water supply out there that has on occasion been problematic. And that will help spread the load and draw down rates on the existing bores and wells you've got in place. So again, just good investment in future proofing for that area. And then whatever may happen or may not happen out there in the future. So those are largely the 2 points I wish to make, really, so pretty brief.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Miller and then Councillor Alexander.
Just a quick question just around urgency. What's the timeline for your sort of developments to proceed that you'd require sewage?
It's definitely not the Kuwi situation, not immediate. So the current zoning is in place. I think the first order and priority will be the Plan Change 60 land because that sits between us and the built-up boundary anyway. So they would have a greater level of urgency to avail of that infrastructure than us. But yeah, we would sort of short to medium term, I suppose, in your own forecasting. More medium term for Beeley.
Thank you. Councillor Alexander.
Thank you. And welcome, Mark. It's nice to see you back.
Yep, good to see you again.
Who do Beeley Developments feel should pay for the scheme? For the sewage scheme?
I think just traditional council-led investment with recovery opportunity through your development contributions. That would be the the most simplest approach. I think that they would
So
support.
essentially those connecting pay their share.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. The second question on the West Melton Water DC. Do Hughes developments have any further plans for development at West Melton? Essentially, are they going to be likely to be charged this DC, or is they just looking at it across whomever else is going to connect?
I think the initial submission is just in support of building resilience for what's the developments that are there. So speaking on behalf of their clients, I think you're aware they do own land at West Melton, and they are a development company, so they may have future plans for that.
Thank you. Any further questions from councillors? Mark, thank you for taking the time to come in this afternoon and sharing in person what was already written on paper, but it's great to be able to ask those questions and get clarity on what we're deciding. Over the next 2 weeks, those decisions will be made and they'll be communicated back over the next couple of months. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thanks for the opportunity.
Our next submitters are Paul and Faye McCosker. That's on pages 68 of your agendas today, councillors. Paul and Faye, thank you for the initial submission that council has received and has been circulated and been read by all councillors. Today's an opportunity for you to be able to highlight anything in that and also bring any new information you might want to raise with us through this process. As you've heard me say to other submitters, the microphone's on in front of you already and the video camera's in the middle of the room and you're currently being streamed on council webpage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think we represent quite a number of people in our village of Glen Tunnel, and I think we join the throng of many others that are indicating any substantial rate increase under the current climate is morally and irresponsible to carry out. I think what we notice in the submissions to date so far, and it has been happening over a number of years since the reorganisation of local authority occurred, there's a them and us syndrome between the rural and urban communities of Selwyn. What we'd probably suggest you consider to downplay this and beat the them and us syndrome is to consider two rating districts, Springs and Selwyn, plus Ellesmere and Melbourne. That way, I think if you concentrate on providing services to those areas that are basically rural and basically urban, you might solve the problem. And certainly the criticism of all the money goes to Rolleston Lincoln statements. We certainly don't envy your task, but we feel that you need to put aside the feel good and the physically attractive projects and concentrate in the next fiscal period on the necessary and committed projects that planned. We also seem to recall last year that the council had a rate surplus. Now, it may stand corrected, but was it in the vicinity of 38 million? And if so, was that calculation, or why was it done that such a surplus occurred? For us, it's probably a pain in the butt that we've had a 15% increase in our property rates over the last 2 years. And like a lot of my local folk in the community, we see no physical benefits out of that. I think the other criticism that I'd like to make, or we'd like to make, is the way you propose or publicise the rate increases. Many of the good folk of Glen Tunnel saw 660,000 quoted as a property and provided a 5.1 increase. Many of them thought that was an average valuation in the community and couldn't understand when some of theirs are around the medium of 300. I think you need to rethink how you promote that and probably use an average of a scale of properties over the whole community rather than targeting one community. I think in our submission we made the points about hospitality. I don't think, looking around, that you're all underfed. the vehicle, water and development contributions. I think what we've said, that can stand rather than make another comment here. Another point we'd like to make is freedom campers, and it's interesting hearing the previous couple of submitters talk about the accommodation industry, which we're obviously a small provider. We travel, I wouldn't say widely, but we've regularly hit overseas. We've got 2 boys that moved over there to play rugby and never came home. So we've got to go and see our grandkids there. So we see the effects on visiting those countries. You don't get anything for nothing like you do in New Zealand. You park on the street outside a hotel, you pay a fee for that parking space the whole night. There are no services like we provide. If you want to use toilets and that, you've got to go to a road stop, which is a commercial facility, or if it's another type facility, you still pay. And I think we're just too over generous with our freedom campers, and we believe they don't return a good payback to both councils and the government. I won't get too much into staffing, salaries, councillor payments, but I think you'll gain a lot of kudos from the community if you indicate some sort of salary moratorium, and obviously indicate under the current climate that you'll review staffing numbers and hold off on any new appointments. I would comment here with my volunteerism in the community over the last probably 30 years that under health and safety and the way that you've promoted it, it's basically destroyed a lot of volunteerism in the community. The next one, unit rates, differentials. I did respond to David, I did write to David re our query and asked for a bit of advice. And I think unfortunately it was 7 days before I got one, which probably hasn't helped in this submission. And he's indicated that it's gone off to the rates department to look at. Now, what I'm indicating, and our previous submitters touched on it, there is not a level playing field with Airbnb. I think in my submission we've quoted that we've worked out we pay 61% more than someone who provides a similar accommodation or a number of beds that we do. The other one, the rates, unit charges, etc. We have done a research of 40 properties within a triangular period from Windwhistle, Kuwi, Hororata, and checked out. The most consistent thing about the unit charges applied is their inconsistency, and I just can't believe it. If a person was doing the pricing product costs to be sold from a commercial entity, I don't think they'd be in a job very long. They'd probably send that company to the cleaner. So I think you're losing out on a lot of income, and it probably would help your rates income if it was done more efficiently and effectively. And as I said before, I don't think it's funny us paying 60% over one provider that provides similar accommodation and similar consented property nearby. We pay 71% more, which is nearly $1,000, and they're charged half the unit rates that we are. Probably a brickbat for you, Sam. You made a comment in the paper, and I might not have it quite correct, about Selwyn might not be affected by tourism as much as many other properties. Of those 40 properties, based on a 30% use, we see that there's something in the vicinity of $680,000 brought into the community in those 40 facilities. So it is quite substantial that the traveller is contributing to our community. Thank you for that. Comment?
Faye, you would like to add anything?
No, I think we worked on that together, so there's no use me saying anything else, I don't think.
Thank you. Well, if we are looking well fed, it's because we've been feeding ourselves, and the food hasn't been supplied by council. So I'll just say that out there now, since we've been back in the building. And are there any questions from councillors? Councillor Alexander.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission, Paul. I'm wondering if you're able to give a, well, I'm not asking you to be a narc, but if you believe there are 40 properties that aren't paying their share of rates, if you'd like to supply the details to staff so that we can follow that up, because I'd agree with you that we should follow it up. We bought the policy and try to be equitable. And if you believe there are people that aren't caught by it, we'd love to catch up with them.
Well, the example is a number of them are not paying a recreation rate, community centre rate, and they're only two minor examples.
So do we have that list already?
I've offered that information through the CEO.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
G'day, Paul. How you going? Just want to check with you how far you want us to cut on this one, because our community committees do a lot of volunteer work, as you suggest, and don't get any reward at all. And you talk about hospitality. Would you like us to cut the community Christmas party out for the volunteers that do volunteer? That you want us to go as far as that? And hospitality?
Sorry, you probably have to explain. Yeah.
Every year we have you come along to it, the community Christmas party, where we reward volunteers for their work during the year, where we have a function to get together. Is that, you'd like us to cut that as well for hospitality budget?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of cutting it, but yeah, I think probably the extravagance of it, sure, yeah, you need to acknowledge volunteers, but I don't think we need to go to the extent that we have. And I mean, I admit I've probably been a recipient, probably 70% of those functions over the last, 15, 20 years. But yeah, sure, as I...
So keep it going, but just downscale it. As you
yeah, I think so.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Any further questions? No, Paul and Faith, thank you for coming in this afternoon and presenting in person your submission. We will be deliberating on these in the next couple of weeks and communicating back in the next couple of months. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, the next submitter is Jane Budge, the New Zealand Chinese Language Trust. It's via Zoom, and until they are online, we will just take a break, and following that we will have our proper afternoon break. So please don't leave the room or your seats too much at the moment. We'll just get this set up, and as soon as they're online, we'll do the Zoom submission.
Yeah, nobody came?
Kia ora, Jane. Are you able to hear me okay? Joe, how's it going? This is for the New Zealand Chinese Language Trust. Great. I don't know if you can see me. It's Sam Broughton here, Mayor of Selwyn District.
Oh, Sam, hi. Nice to catch up with you. Look, I can't actually see everybody. Oh, yeah, I can see you all now. Yep.
Great. So thank you for the submission that we've already received. And it's nice to have that in writing. That's been pre-circulated to all councillors and we've had a chance to read it. Today's an opportunity for you to highlight anything that was in that initial submission or anything new that you might want to send to us or enlighten us about today. We've allowed about 10 minutes for this conversation, and that will include possibly some question and answers from councillors at the end of the time. So I'll hand the floor to you, and just so that you're aware, this is being streamed on Council's webpage at the moment.
So I just wanted to check, we did actually send through a video. I'm not sure if that's been received.
I haven't seen the video, no. If you want to resend it, we can circulate it, or we'll just check our inboxes, but no, I haven't seen that.
Okay. Well, look, thank you very much, Mayor and councillors. It's great for us to be able to have an opportunity to share with you a bit about New Zealand Chinese Language Week, about the history of it, and really what we're trying to achieve. And ultimately, we are looking for support from councils across New Zealand, as well as other partners, to make this week a sustainable event in the calendar. So we're into our 6th New Zealand Chinese Language Week this year, and it really was the brainchild, I suppose, of Raymond Hull, who's a Labour MP, and really came about because clearly the New Zealand-China relationship was changing and growing and on steroids, and we were sort of sitting with our language teaching in New Zealand very much still focused on, you know, things like French and even some Latin in some schools, believe it or not, and there just didn't seem to be any focus or too much effort going into encouraging Chinese language learning to align with the significant growth in the New Zealand-China trading relationship. So really the idea of Chinese Language Week is just to have a lens on Chinese language learning for 1 week of the year. And of course, the ultimate outcome really is just for people to be more understanding and learn a little bit really about Chinese culture, and what better way to do it than through learning Mandarin or just getting a sense of some Mandarin. So over the years, we have developed a range of assets for the Trust, including things like Mandarin Superstars, where we've gone out to businesses and councils around the country, to schools, to try and find people that have got an interesting Chinese language learning journey. And we've had people, you know, from winemakers through to school children, telling us that, you know, university students, all manner of different people really coming to us and sharing their stories with us, and in turn we've been able to share them through the Trust with a broader range of New Zealanders. We've used schools and local government really as quite a key channel. The library network, particularly through local government, is really important, and also trying to leverage more of the sister city relationships. We think there's a really good synergy there and something that can be further developed. We've introduced a national dumpling day in New Zealand, which was fun last year, and we managed to get quite a lot of coverage on mainstream television, particularly the AM show regarding that. We've had, you know, a range over nearly 300 activities actually across the country last year in schools, everything from calligraphy through to, you know, dancing, through to language competitions, to speech competitions, singing competitions. We've published a trilingual book in Te Reo Māori and Mandarin for distribution to schools and libraries across the country. We've had challenges. We have a 5 days, 5 phrases Mandarin challenge, which is available to anyone really, business leaders, mayors, politicians, to encourage and challenge people just to do 5 basic phrases across the week. And of course, last year was the New Zealand China Year of Tourism, so we were very engaged with that and developed a book of 10 useful phrases, which in fact was used by the Year of Tourism and promoted quite widely through tourism businesses last year across the country, and highlighted at the closing event in Guangzhou
and we're going to carry on with that little, it's just a little brochure, and carry on and develop that to extend to a broader range of business, potentially exporters and that kind of thing, just so that people, when they are travelling, and I know that when I've been doing business in China and my husband's been doing business in China, just really, it's quite hard to even just say ni hao sometimes, you know, we're just so unfamiliar with the language. So we're just trying to help a bit there. And essentially, social media is absolutely critical. So we've got a very strong Instagram presence, strong WeChat presence, and Facebook. And obviously, that's how we're engaging with a number of New Zealanders. But we do this on the smell of an oily rag. It's growing. It seems to be very engaging. We're getting more of a following every year. Our issue really is how to make it a sustainable event on the calendar. And so we are looking to, as I said earlier, local government and business partners to come on board and help us out a bit. We do get government funding through a very small amount, really, through the New Zealand China Council and the Centres for Asia Pacific Excellence. But really, if we're going to sort of be serious about taking this forward over the next few years, we just need a little bit more help. So the thought was that many hands make light work, and if it's possible, just to get a small amount across a broad range of councils that achieves our objective of additional funding, but it also, more importantly, means that we've got a touch point in all of these communities around the country who can help us to leverage as much activity as we can at local community level during the week. So I guess that's the pitch. We have actually been helpfully guided by your council, and the suggestion has been made that we go through community grants, which is great and really helpful. Obviously, we just wrote to all the mayors first because that was our first port of call. So we have put a submission in there, aiming for somewhere between $2,000 and $5,000, and just really keen to get your feedback and to be guided by you on next steps and to hear any insights or advice that you may have for us. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jo, for that, the submission to us, and for the explanation that you've provided this afternoon. As has already been sent back by staff, the funding for this would generally come out of a community grants space and events funding, and the future of that fund is kind of what will be discussed by council over the next couple of weeks, along with all the rest of council's funding streams and payments that we make. So I'm just going to see if there's any questions from councillors. Are there any councillors? No, there are none. So we will be making decisions on this in the next 2 weeks, and then communicating that back over the next couple of months to submitters like yourself, and also to the rest of the community. And in the meantime, if you've got connections with our staff through that funding and the application forms required for that, then that's the best avenue for you to achieve funding at the moment through our council. So thank you for taking the time this afternoon to present to us, and yeah, we'll get back to you soon.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors, that brings us through to the break for the afternoon. Our next submitter is Marty Gamerson at 3:40. And so if we can please be back in the room in time for that, we will adjourn the hearing. final 6 submitters through this process. I'd like to welcome Marty Gamison and Cindy Driscoll from Go Hororata. Their submission is on page 73 through 75 of today's agenda. Marty and Cindy, thank you for sending us your written submission that has been shared with all councillors and that has been read. So today is an opportunity for you to either highlight some of the things that were in that submission or to bring in new information to us that you would like to present today. We've allowed 10 minutes for this conversation, and there may be some question and answers at the end. There's a microphone, I think, in front of you, Marty. If you press the right-hand button, that will turn it on, and there's a camera on the tripod sitting in front of your table, just so that you're aware this has been streamed on the council website. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Can I stand?
You can stand.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Marty Gamson, and I'm the Tumuaki principal from Hororata Primary School. And I'm here today to represent the Go Hororata, a collective of community groups and organisations from the Hororata community. Firstly, I'd like to apologise. I'm the better looking version of Craig Blackburn, who you were aware of. I've also said that if I don't do my 10 minutes, that I'll have you up doing school aerobics and distant learning programs. So that's what
we'll make sure we come up with lots of questions.
Yeah,
that's good.
Lots of questions, Sam, please. Yeah. Hey, so my purpose today is to present a submission on behalf of Go Hororata in support of the Hororata Community Centre that we're proposing as built in Hororata. With me today is Cindy Driscoll. Cindy, and I didn't check the wording on this, Cindy, so sorry, Executive Officer of the Hororata Community Trust. And I've invited Cindy along today to answer all those curly questions that I'm pretty sure you're going to throw at us. So if I go blank, I'll point to Cindy. So although the submission that we've put in front of you already, and I'm sure you've read, is possibly a little outside of the scope of the work and the annual plan, we felt that it was a good process for us to present this proposal to you. So this is our submission. The aim of the submission is to ensure that our community can continue to develop the Hororata Community Centre project using the resources we have and ensuring that everything is done in alignment with you guys and the requirements of the council. So you'll be aware that we've been on this journey for a long time. So the Hororata community is a very strong community. We've been on this journey for 10 years, and you'll be familiar with events like the Highland Games and the Night Glow, which all have a purpose of creating a resource for our community to support the building of the Hororata Community Centre. So the Go Hororata submission asks for 3 main things. And those things are that the cost of the preliminary and development design, which is estimated to be around $100,000, be included in the 2021 budget on the proviso that the costs are reimbursed to the Hororata Community Trust. We feel that all the costs of the Hororata Community Centre should go through the council books rather than go through the trust itself. And this gives the official paper trail of the costs of the build of this new project. The other thing that we are asking is that we ask that the Hororata Community Centre project be brought forward from the 2023-24 plan to the 2022-23 plan, on the long-term plan, sorry. The reason we ask that is because we're well on the way with this in this journey. We've been working on this for a number of years, and we have a solid plan behind us to progress this. We have asked that memorandum of understanding between the council and the Hororata Community Trust be developed and be put in place so that the needs are clearly outlined and the responsibilities of both groups are defined. But it's more importantly so that we can include an assurance to the council that if they decide that the project will not continue once the preliminary plan has been undertaken, that the community money invested by the Hororata Community Trust will come back to the community. Okay? Does that make sense? That sounds, I'm looking at Sam's face. He's either tired or he's actually sick of me speaking. One of the two. The bottom line is that our community is committed to put our own resource into that, which we've collated from the events we've run over the last 10 years. We want some assurance from the council that that's not going to be lost in the abyss. We believe that the Hororata Community Centre project is being developed It is noteworthy and unique. It's standout within Selwyn. This is a community that has got behind this project, and we have put on a number of large-scale community events. They'll bring people into Selwyn, bring people into Hororata, that is actually promoting, accelerating the building of this community centre for us. We're a community that do what we say we're going to do. We are a community that make things happen for our community. So back in 2010, our community gathered together, and I remember those meetings. They were quite amazing. Some of you may have been there. And we decided then, this is what's going to happen for our community. And we just didn't back it with words. We've actually backed it with the money and the effort the Hororata's put into this. We're asking the council to continue on the journey with us to build this community centre, to continue to enable us to make this project happen. And this may require for you to do things a little bit differently. So we're proposing a bit of a out-of-the-box thinking here, and that is about supporting us, the Hororata Community Trust, Go Hororata, to actually keep the momentum going on this. Kia ora koutou.
Thanks, Marty, for that. Cindy, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, well done. Thank you.
So just some clarity on the way that you were phrasing whether or not we're paying or you're paying and the money's coming through us. Just your request there, you're saying that the money would be, or the project would be handled through council, but the funding for that initial phase would come from yourselves?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. As part of the funding plan for this community centre, there's about $400,000 identified through the sale of the existing hall and the land surrounding it. You may or may not be aware there's a group that would like to see that hall maintained, which puts at risk that funding stream for the new facility. Have you got any thoughts on how that shortfall could be funded from the local community, as it was seen as a local contribution rather than any extra council funds?
We haven't put together a complete fundraising strategy yet. And there's a lot of water to go under the bridge with what's happening with the existing hall and that land. So I don't feel we're in the position to answer that right now. But it's something that we as a community need to look at as a whole. And I think we can't have everything at once. And so some of this will be a long-term plan, and again with how some of that has to fall together. So I think it's working through the process and asking those questions and trying to come up with the best solutions together with the community and the council, and keeping those open lines of communication.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions that you have? Councillor Miller.
Just more procedural. You've noted you've got a chap, Hamish Shaw Architects. Would you be adverse to a council-appointed architect being appointed to the project? I mean, we've had this is the value of experience of major projects when architects that are perhaps chosen by the community who have differing views of what a community requires and are locally focused rather than looking outwardly, and you end up with quite high spec, high cost facilities which don't suit the needs of the community or the funders. Is that something you've considered with this person you've engaged, or how was this person engaged?
So we worked with the council back at the start of last year to go through a tendering process for the architect. So the council was involved in that, and it was put through the council procedures as it needed to be. Hamish Shaw was agreed on by the council and the community as someone who understood the project and understood the community. And to date, I believe feedback from staff is they've been very happy with his understanding of the project and how he's moving forward with it. I think that he's done the concept plans, which the trust have contributed the $16,000 towards already. And it would disrupt the project to change that, but I'm also very aware of making sure that we've got the right architect who understands the budget and the needs and everything like that, and I think he's understood that from the start. So it would be not so good for the project to change architects, but we still have to stick within the council procedures.
No, it's a good answer. Perhaps it'd be helpful for us before the deliberations to see those concept designs, so we've got an idea of what we're talking
about. Yeah, they're with the staff at the moment, so Douglas or Derek or David and Scott then.
Can I also add in there that as part of our process of coming before we went to Hamish, we actually had a bus tour of all of the community centre projects. We were exposed to a variety of architects and concepts. Hamish fitted the criteria for us because we'd also done the community consultation through our ALCTA study and the feasibility study. And we were able to compare other architects and what they've done in the past. And we saw a strength in Hamish because he's an emerging architect which really meet our community needs.
Thank you. Councillor Pierce.
Kia ora, guys. Thank you very much for coming. I was just thinking, so you've suggested a new way of doing things. That's pretty cool. We need to be innovative in these strange times. I was just wondering, in terms of, it looks like, so if it's a sort of a 50-50 type thing, do you see that extending towards the operating costs as they go forward? Because obviously that's quite a large ongoing cost of more and more community facilities. So how do you see it working further along?
Well, can we be cheeky on that one?
Here we go.
That's a cunning question, actually. Cunning question. I would say once again, I would support what Cindy said before. It's early days for us in terms of that, but the strength in our group is that we are very responsive. So the events that we put on for the last 10 years have responded to a changing climate in this world. And I would imagine with the focus that we have around this community centre, it's going to become an important part of the community events we're already successfully run. So I'm not going to guarantee it, but I would say there is potential that the future running of things like the Highland Games and things like that will contribute to the maintenance and the running of this building.
Right, and they already contribute to the domain through various improvements that we make on that domain that don't just benefit the events. But secondly to that, the community is very focused on building a building that is an asset to not just the immediate area, but the wider Selwyn, and that it's going to get used. We don't want to build a building that's not going to get used. And ultimately, when you come down to a community facility, if it's getting the use, then it's got its value there. But it will be a council building at the end of this. And that's why it's got to go through all the council processes.
Thank you. And we've obviously discussing a number of different facilities. Prebleton, Leaston, Hororata has come up through these submissions. And at the moment, we're making decisions for the next 12 months. And it's fair to say there's quite a bit of pressure on what we will be spending and changes to timing of projects. So we'll be deliberating on your submission, but also all of the others in the next couple of weeks and communicating that back to you over the next couple of months. But congratulations on what you've been able to pull together from the community and bringing a variety of views to the point of having a particular build and project that people can get behind. And we'll look for Douglas to be able to share the plans that some councillors may have already seen with the wider group. So thank you for taking the time to come down today. It adds a lot to your submission to see you in person. Thanks, Marty and Cindy.
Bye. It's only the time for that aerobics session. We can Zoom it tonight if you want, 6 o'clock.
Thank you. The next submitter is Colin Panda. This is in the late speakers printed booklet, which you have separate to today's booklet. Colin, thank you for coming down and to present to us today. Thank you for your written submission, which has been circulated to all councillors and read before today. You're welcome to highlight anything in that written submission you'd like, or also bring any new information to us today. We've allowed 10 minutes for this conversation, which might include some questions and answers at the end. And as you heard me say to the previous submitter, there's a camera in the tripod sitting in front of you that's streaming this onto council website now. So I'll hand the floor to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, councillors, Mayor. I hope you could actually read what I actually scribbled out incredibly fast, but I've got a copy here of what I actually really wanted to say. And I'm here on behalf really of Springfield community and hopefully a whole bunch of mountain bikers of New Zealand. What I would like to do and I'd like to propose is the Midland Rail Cycle Trail to be investigated again. So on looking for a funding request to the annual plan for 2020-21, and I request that Council allocates funding and resources to investigate and facilitate the revival of the 2009 cycle plan for a cycle walking route from Cass to Springfield, along the parts of the railway corridor and eventually linking all the way to Christchurch to become one of the great cycle trails of New Zealand. And a little bit of the background on that for people not familiar with it. The rationale behind it is I cycled the Targo Rail Trail in 2006 with friends and family, and since then I've been wondering how we could do something similar in our region. And then in 2009 we had John Key produce a job summit, and I was getting quite excited at that stage and going, yes, this is actually good. And luckily I wasn't alone, because in 2009, the council, Selwyn Council Environment Canterbury, they actually drew up a plan, and the then Councillor John Morton was familiar with that one. And in February 2010, the decisions were actually made, but our track wasn't successful for that for various reasons. So luckily the idea had been simmering, and just more minds than just myself, and a chance phone call to do some groaning and moaning to Councillor Bob Mugford the other day regarding Airbnb and signage turned into a very excited talk along the facts that we both, along with Councillor Nicola Reid, had been investigating the idea along similar paths. So I've since then spent a considerable amount of hours and walking to try and get it a bit more off the ground, and I've done preliminary investigations along the actual route. I've walked it and I drove it the other day, and have identified the most critical objects to actually make this plan a success. So we travelled the route from Springfield to Staircase, if you're familiar with that area at all, and we travelled the route from Cass to the Avoca Homestead. And the only real obstacle that we could find amongst our team was Staircase Gully. So I then started getting on the blower and doing research, who's done suspension bridges in New Zealand, and I got in contact with a company called Frame Group Limited, and I talked to a chap called Trevor there, and he was the owner of the business, and said he works with Dock a lot, and he is quite capable of putting a suspension bridge across the Staircase Gully. So with the current situation we're faced with COVID-19 and the economic and social impact we're having, we need to look at ways to create jobs and to create turnkey projects, so that will create long-term opportunities for small townships, create income by bringing an ever-growing cycling community to our area, build on investments already made by council on tourism for our area, and create jobs for the ever-increasing unemployment. So I asked council to fund stage 1 of this project in the annual plan, so that we can start creating a legacy for future generations that our grandchildren can be proud of. And I will table a copy for the council to look at it in their own time, but basically very quickly, we've got stage 1. Basically what we're looking for is the planning department of the Selwyn District Council to offer some hours to bring more concrete ideas on the table on how we can do this. We are looking for an application fee subsidy from the council for KiwiRail, and at this stage they require, for an application, they require $3,025 plus GST to even look at the paperwork, and we're hoping for council backing that they have a better way of getting to that. I would like to get the engineer to come down from Auckland, fly him down and host them, and get him to actually give us a concrete plan of what it takes to put a suspension bridge across the Staircase Gully. And then we were looking at reimbursement costs for either a project manager, if we're going to appoint one, and petrol money for volunteers for stage 1. And then we quickly go into stage 2, 3, all the way to stage 5. But that is 12 months from now. So basically, stage 1 is what I'm looking for this annual plan from the council itself, and after that I would love to hear from councillors who have contacts with people in Parliament, and preferable the Tourism Minister, so that all the emails I'm sending to them at the moment will get answered, and then we can virtually ask for a 5 million donation from them, and council can be left with only a very small bill to help us with the planning department. So that's it at the moment. I will table it. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Colin, for that, and for the enthusiasm you bring to a project that has been dear to many people's hearts for a while, and unfortunately hasn't managed to get across funding for funding reasons so far. So the project for us today is good. Are there any questions that councillors have? Councillor Reid.
Thanks for that, and it's been good to see someone who's quite excited about this project. I'm just wondering, Steve, you split up into 3 stages. What stage 1 part of that?
So basically stage 1 is just getting this basic stuff is underway. We need to get Selwyn district plan department.
Okay, I understand that. I thought you mean that stage.
The route itself is going to be broken down. We want stage 1 is our planning. Stage 2 is we need to start lobbying. And then stage 3, basically, we need to build a swing bridge. And that's where the money's involved. Once we've got a swing bridge, or actually a suspension bridge across this, and we need to do some protection work for the railways, then basically the track can be open. After that, we can start looking at stage 4 and 5, and that is to complete it to the New Zealand cycle trail standards. So there is actually a very firm route there already used by Kiwi Rail at this stage, and early indicators are that a 1 metre separation from the rail corridor will enable us to proceed with some of the work there. I have got a very extensive photo collection already of issues of small areas, and I'm looking at about 2 to 3 kilometres of fencing. Fencing at this stage looks at about $12 per metre, and for an 8-string fence of 1 metre high.
Colin, has there been any discussion about setting up a separate legal entity to do this, or is there one already set up? I was thinking a trust or some other group that was able to apply for funding from different areas and doesn't necessarily put those individuals that are involved at risk as much as creating something separate, which might be potential. Has it been done? Or?
No, not to my far as I know. I know there is some talk about doing a water ski field area to Castle Hill bike trail by the Craigieburn trails, but no. Otherwise, there's been no funding, no trust set up for this. This is basically on the back of people talking, and I'm still trying to find the 2009 plan. So please check your desks. It's not hiding here somewhere, but it is somewhere in this building.
Right. Yeah. Try and find that, or Councillor Moore can make a copy. So
John hasn't got a copy.
Oh, John doesn't.
No, I've already talked to him, and I've talked to Environment Canterbury, I've talked to Doc, I've talked to quite a few people. There's somewhere in the archives.
Okay. Any further questions from councillors? Colin, thank you for taking the time to come down this evening. We will be deliberating on this submission and also all the others over the next couple of weeks and responding back over the next couple of months. So thank you.
Right. Thank you very much.
The next presenter is Robert Thompson. This is on page 76 through 81 of today's agenda. Robert, thank you for taking the time to write your initial submission to us, and I think coming down and presenting that face to face this evening. I think your presence here adds a lot of weight to the submission and gives us the opportunity to ask some questions of clarification if there are any. We've allowed 10 minutes for this conversation, with maybe some question and answers at the end. And just here, where there's a tripod and a camera in the middle of the room, and this meeting is being streamed on council website. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry, my name is Robert Thompson, and I am making the submission without prejudice to the Selwyn District Council regarding matters concerning the Selwyn Huts Village or the annual plan. I'm 66 years of age, and I have been an
active resident at the huts for my entire life, with occasional time away from the huts. This reserve, just to give you some background of it, anyone who doesn't really know about the Selwyn huts, this reserve was gifted to the fishermen and the families for recreation and lifestyle from the catchment board. The occupation of the huts was taken up by many influential businessmen like Delacours, Boones, Armstrongs, Durants, Andersons, and many other great New Zealanders. A committee was set up and the reserve flourished with the leadership of the Ellesmere Council. This ran particularly well until the Ellesmere Council was disbanded. At this point in time, Cox still remained the owner of the land, which is still the norm today. The land does not belong to the Selwyn District Council. At this point in time, the SSRMC, which is the Strength and South Reserve Management Committee, was set up, and they ran the reserve along with one member of the SDC who sat on every committee meeting. There was no committee meeting unless there was an SDC member there. Members presided over meetings were overseeing the management, which was the norm until under the SDC, until the SDC under Calvin Co, Paul Davies and councillors decided to remove the said committee. For what reason, the Springton South Reserve Management Committee do not know, have not been advised. It was also noted that Councillor Jeff Bland, who was a policeman at the time, used his persuasion to write a letter to the council encouraging them to close the community down. This was Bland advised me directly that this is what he had done. Perhaps Deputy Mayor Malcolm Lyle would like to advise the SSRMC and members of the public here today why this undemocratic action was taken, as he was the most senior member of the council sitting here today that actually sat on the SSRMC.
Just so you're aware, there won't be any answers to those specific questions given today, so we will respond to you and the questions that you raised.
In the past, accounts have been tabled by the Selwyn District Council for the SSRMC to pay. These accounts were put under scrutiny and found to be fabricated, and favouritism towards contractors being the norm. This resulted in Douglas Marshall, the then so-called SS manager, accountant, being taken and censured by the Ethics Committee of the Council Society. He was then ordered not to order any accounts again, and he was also, this action was not.
Sorry, excuse me. This forum isn't a chance to have a go.
I'm really getting to a point, Sam.
Well, if you would mind getting to the point rather than taking out personal accusations of members of the hearing.
Excuse me, how can I get my point across unless you know the history of what's happened?
Well, I'm asking you to get to the point, and we're not going to have personal attacks on members of the hearing panel or members of council for expressions. Thank you.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, this has got everything to do with this whole incident. This action was public recently gathered. This action was not public until at a recent gathering of the Sewerage Committee meeting. Marshall made a point telling the gathering that he had been deeply hurt by the community taking action. He said it cost them a lot of money. It was noted by the gathering that there seemed to be some bad taste between the Huts community and the SDC, which they said they would be paying for. SDC would continue to let Mr. Marshall Burgess Briarden County, which resulted in a 68% rise this year.
Sorry, excuse me. We're not going to have accusations of that nature in this forum. So if you've got some particular questions or a submission that you would like to make to us around decisions that we're making for the annual plan, then you're welcome to get to that point. Otherwise, this will be the end of the submission.
Okay, the community is not looking for a free ride. They're looking for an honest solution to our wastewater system, not some person waiting on a figure of $3 million. The local residents have actually found a system for $1 million. But unfortunately, they're not being given airtime by the council to put this submission through. There has been no dialogue between the council and the committee for some time. The underlying reason apparently behind the huts being closed down by the Southern District Council is because of the seabed rise or the sea rise. Yet within 200 metres of the Selwyn huts, we've got new building permits being issued. Within half a kilometre of the huts, there's another 2 building permits being issued. Within 400 yards of the huts, there's another 3 building permits being issued. Does this make reason? Mostly this has been intimidation and victimisation, throwing 97 members out of their homes. And I don't know how members of a council can act in that way. Am I allowed to talk about the assets that the Selwyn District Council took from the reserve?
The opportunity today is to talk to us about matters that you believe are relevant to our end of things.
Well, it's all about money for the reserve to keep the reserve going by the residents.
If it's going to be about the decisions we make, for the spending in the next 12 months, maybe.
Okay, I'll continue. Basically, when the Selwyn District Council took over the reserve, we had a $26,000 ride-on mower, a tractor, and a mower, and a fixed bank deposit of $40,000. I have asked many times, and others have asked many times, where these funds are. David Ward, you told me you would get back to me and let me know so that I could let the community know. You've done nothing. If the community had some of this money, they would be able to put it towards their community, wouldn't they? Incidentally, out of 77 of the 97 residents are opposing the new licence agreement that Douglas Marshall has written. I have it here. Yeah, everyone deserves a better life. It's not for some, it's for all. Take care and be kind. That's the end of my submission.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you for coming down today to present that in person. Obviously, the matter around the huts is about people's homes, and so I can understand the passion that people feel for this matter. There's been a number of community meetings that myself and other local councillors and our staff have attended over the last 2 years to talk through issues around the huts and climate change and sea level rise, and also around consenting and the condition of the current wastewater system that is there. And as a council, we're wanting to provide a future for the huts and hence all the work to be able to have a system that is consentable and direct consents going forward. And without that work, we wouldn't be in a position for the huts to continue beyond during this year. So the decisions and questions that you've asked will be part of the deliberations the council will make in the next 2 weeks, and it'll be communicated back to the community over the next couple of months. But there's 2 separate issues that will be talked about separately, and one is around the huts licence, and the other is around the cost of the rates. So just be aware that there won't be, it's not one decision making process. But thank you for coming down today. If there's other questions from councillors, that goes down. Thank you for coming in, and we'll be in communication back to you with the decisions that are made.
Yes, and we've heard all this rhetoric before about, sitting down and having meetings with us, and we have just been absolutely followed up all the time by you and Douglas Marshall. You've sat on place, and nothing has ever happened. You told me we would never get kicked out.
The activity that we're undergoing now, and we're not getting into an argument about it, is to ensure that there is a future for the huts, and that's the direction that this council has taken to provide a solution. And you don't need to tell the huts to be in the future, and we're in search for that future. We'll be making those decisions in the next couple of weeks, and as I said, we'll be back to you on that.
Okay, and in the annual plan, is the provision for the committee, the local committee of the hut owners, to put forward their plan, or is this controlled by council?
The plans that, if I'm correct in assuming that the plans you're talking about are those that were already presented to the subcommittee, which included 3 members of the huts community, they were considered through that process. And if there is a cheaper way of providing the same level of service and a sensible way for the huts community, we will work through that with our engineers. But the most important thing is that it can be consented and provided in a timely way that meets the ECAN's conditions on us at the moment. So we haven't got a fixed outcome as far as the single solution. There'll be work that needs to be done to include what the finer detail is around what the solution is.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
The next submitted is Murray Boyce, and then Stephen Curtis, and then
And in the interim, what I will do is just refer everybody to the late speaker request, which is a separate report. There is one only submission. That's all we're going to first. And it says, with respect to rates, it says the only acceptable option council can choose is to freeze at the current level. Privilton Community Centre should be more detailed consideration be required. It would be wise to pause until this has been done. Similar with Leicester, and concludes by saying development contributions should be sufficient to cover the cost of additional community facilities due to growth. It should not be the responsibility of ratepayers to provide facilities if there's not the investments.
thank you. Steve Curtis, would you like to present your submission there, and Murray can point to after. So councillors, this is pages 84 through 114. Steve, thank you for taking the time to create the submission and present it to us in written form, and that has been circulated to all councillors and read by them. Today's an opportunity for you to present any or highlights from that you would like to present to us, or any new information that you would like to bring to our attention. We'll allow 10 minutes for this conversation, which may include some question and answers. And as I said earlier, this has been live streamed and there's a camera in front of you. Cheers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Steve Curtis, and I am a permanent resident of the Upper Selwyn Huts. I am very concerned, disappointed, and angry with the council and the elected councillors sitting here today. The issues surrounding the Upper Selwyn Huts are many and have been outlined in my written submission and the presentations from other hut owners to you yesterday and today. Wastewater scheme, future outlook for occupation of the huts, skyrocketing costs, and inconsistencies with the deed of licence and other primary concerns to be addressed. I'm very concerned and disappointed with the lack of support from our ward councillors and the leadership of the Mayor. Not one of you has shown any care for members of the Upper Selwyn Huts community. You have a complete lack of morals towards us evident as you have not challenged the council, CEO and staff in their continuous and poorly thought out mission to destroy a community who are part of the Selwyn district. You are people who we look to for support and to be listened to and to take our concerns to the council. What part of destroying people's homes and lives do you think is acceptable? Us, after 15 years of paying for a wastewater system, regardless of the cost, only to have to bulldoze your home and be made homeless and therefore nowhere to live sound acceptable to you? Have you put yourself in our position? Or what if your children and their young families are facing the same threat? It's time for you to start caring about the welfare of people in your community and earn our respect. The Selwyn District Council appears to be on a mission that I describe as underhand, deceitful, and a vendetta against our community. Now is the time to stop digging a hole to bury us. It won't happen. Council staff have engaged Oral Finley since 2017 and earlier to advise the council how to end the Selwyn huts. You have been cautioned by them time after time. Our community, it appears that you have been running a secret agenda to close us down at the same time as guiding us to accept responsibility to pay for our wastewater system upgrade. And this would secure our permanent residency given to us in the deed of license in 2015. At the other Selwyn Huts community public meetings that were attended by council staff in January 2018, April 2019 and May 2019, where we selected 3 committee members to join your subcommittee to work together on finding a solution. And on the 14th of September 2019, with Councillor Hassan present, we agreed in principle to meet the reasonable cost of the wastewater scheme. Not a $3 million amount like out of the air, but to investigate and identify a suitable scheme that will last for 30 years before consent renewal would be necessary. Our committee has identified such systems, and at a cost of $1 to $1.5 million, we expect roundtable discussion on these systems. But after the meeting where Councillor Hassan confirmed Council had accepted our offer to pay for the to pay and stay, the Council staff have put another knife in our backs by introducing the 2020 dealer licence and the additional cost of a $5,000 bond to cover the destruction of our homes and lives, basically. In addition to the removal of the word permanent from the dealer licence. Within 2 years of signing the 2015 dealer licence, granting permanent residency, Douglas Marshall has engaged Oral Finley to advise how to close the huts down. It's really deceitful behaviour. 2015 to 20 deed licence clearly states in Schedule 1, permanent licences, terms and conditions on use. The licensee may permanently occupy the lot and reside in the hut in accordance with the terms and conditions of the grant of licence provided in the licence. To change the wording as proposed in the deed of licence 2020, 1.1 section F by Oral Finley is not acceptable. There is no reference to other licence types giving lesser rights, e.g. recreational or non-permanent licences in the 2015 deed licence. Removing the word permanent to avoid confusion is not acceptable. The Selwyn District Council have to accept total responsibility for residents who have made decisions to purchase huts, change the places of employment solely on the fact that permanent residency had been approved. The Council also expects to retain ownership of the wastewater system after 15 years of us paying for it, only to lose our home. If this doesn't sound so wrong, so very wrong to you all here today, there's a major issue here that the New Zealand public will not accept, and I doubt the Prime Minister and the Auditor General will when they investigate our concerns. I am asking Council to stop using climate change and sea level rise as a reason for the life of the huts to be limited. There are at least 15 to 20 Fonterra dairy farms around the lake that would be majorly impacted by the same scenario that you use in relation to the huts, plus numerous farmlets and private residents, none of whom the council has given a 15-year timetable to remove their farms or had their limb report changed to devalue their properties. The council has consented to new builds on a farm directly over the river from the Selwyn huts, and this house is midway through construction. Where is their wastewater going to go? We will be watching. No one wanted this continuous stress in their lives. We are looking for a peaceful and happy place to live. Start working with us. Last but not least, my father brought me to the Selwyn huts when I was 6 years old. His principle that he stood by for his whole life was, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Think about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve, for that submission. And coming down in person to be able to present it, it's some weight to what you've already written to us and provides the opportunity for some question and answers. As you heard me say before, this is about our council providing the huts, and the decisions that we've made so far have been based around consent for wastewater, and the issue that there is no wastewater consent and the ability to stay there is severely compromised. And so wanting to find a solution for you there. And through the deliberations, and I don't know what the answer to this is now, but we can check the stuff around the use of the word permanent, may have been due to the changes that were made post-earthquakes to allow people to stay there on a permanent basis all year, rather than having to leave for certain parts of the year. So ensuring that our language is clear is something that you've raised for me here. I didn't talk about that, and we'll need to clarify that too. Are there any questions from councillors?
Yeah.
Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Steve. Steve, your community elected 3 people to come and deal with us as council representatives over several meetings we had in May, June and August last year. Ricky Rolleston, Graham Evans, Robin Hyde, and I think Graham Young when he was in the country. My question to you is, did they report back to you the nature of the conversations we had at those meetings?
Yes, I've been involved in those conversations with them quite regularly. I'm on that committee, and we've had a lot of conversations about the 2 systems so far, and we're trying to do our best to advise the residents of the hub that we're making progress with this. There is something out there that will work, and that it's affordable for, for us to pick up the cost of that.
Okay, thanks for that, Steve. I'm just a wee bit concerned that the message may not have been fully, but I look at the minutes of those meetings to have in front of me. I'm just somewhat concerned when I see that the recommendations moved by Mr. Evans and Mr. Young, and the implications of those, and the fact that financial tables and loans and options were put to them at that time to do with the scheme, that your community doesn't seem to be aware of that and the conversations they've had with us over the last 2 days. So I just think that perhaps we need to look at that communication to make sure everybody knows what the minutes of those meetings, what was said and what happened and the decisions were made, so we can clarify issues as we go along.
Are you referring to the meetings that were held prior to the elections, when you had the 3 or 4 of them?
Yes, those
coming to your round table, those ones there. Okay. It just appears that because of the elections coming up, that communication stopped. You're all busy, you're all out there trying to get re-elected back to your positions here. And there was no further conversation around that. But from the time of the election to currently, we have been investigating the options for wastewater systems that will work. We haven't stopped. We've had engineers that I knew it was discussed with you earlier on that came and had a look at the Selwyn huts. One of those subcommittee, Robbie Hyde, is currently working with another organisation to come up with a suitable scheme, and it's it's affordable and long lasting. So and it meets from what we see the requirements of resource consent with ECAM. So it's time to get around the table again at some time in the near future and share those ideas, talk about it with you. We want that to happen again. Yeah, it's maybe it's us doing something all on our own and you guys doing something, and we just need to get that back together like we were prior to the elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any further questions from councillors? No, we'll be have deliberations on your submission and all the rest of that we've received, 237 next week and the week after, and we'll be reporting it back over the next couple of months. So thank you for taking the time this evening.
It's okay, thank you for listening, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Alan Thorne, if you'd like to take a seat straight into the hot one at the front, if you can. Alan, thank you for taking the time to write your submission to us, and that has been circulated to all councillors and been read by everyone. You're welcome to highlight any. Councillors, if I could just ask you to stop talking to one another, please. You're welcome to highlight anything that you would like to bring to our attention or any new information that you have to present to us. We've allowed 10 minutes for this conversation. And there's a camera on a tripod in the middle of the room that's facing towards you, just so that you're aware. We're on council website at the moment.
Well, I'm basically speaking to the submission of what happened. If you look at the first part, the zone change in Hororata, now the vendors of sections that had been sold for housing found out through his land agent the purchaser couldn't build on the section because the zone had been changed off a limit. Now, no one was ever notified of this back in those days. And I would have thought under management, the reason for this change would have been discussed with the landowners and the township committee, and the reason given. None of the above happened. When a request was made to the Selwyn District Council for information, written or otherwise, regarding the zone change, nothing could be found. And I'll read this because I know there's new councillors here, and I think probably only 2 councillors here that were about at the time in 2001, when you read when that change was made. About the time of this happening, the Selwyn District Council requested all used minute books to be put in the safekeeping at Selwyn District Council. The Hororata Reserve Board had 3 minute books that were used by David and historic. When the Hororata Reserve Board requested the original 1874 minute book, the oldest reserve in New Zealand, one of 3, council management twice denied they had them. Then they found 2, but not the original. Now, that is a historic book for our community. It was lodged by the council. And I just asked the question, what was on that book? The setting up of the reserve that made money and denied Gliding Club the right to participate in the activities from our reserve. Now, this was all a grey area, and it's had a huge impact, as you'll see, on this submission, on those businesses. When you have a business employing 50 people, like the Selwyn factory was, and putting a huge amount of money, you probably one of the biggest businesses in the community, like the Melbourne community. They could develop, and they had subdivided the house law where they were living, because they were building a new house, but then it was on 2 small sections. They couldn't even live in it, they couldn't sell it. And it's had a huge impact on their business. I just tried as council to look at this in a positive manner. There's 16 houses and businesses on that area of land. There's 4 businesses. There's engineering, there's a gardening, sales, nursery, the car yard on the corner, and of course the salmon factory. Just my request of you councillors, look at this, and the spirit in which these people have 5-year time and service to the community and allow them to be converted back to rural residential. So that's how I respect my submission. Yeah.
Thank you, Helen, for that. And some of the content of your submission would be good to have you represent that to the district plan hearings when they come about. Unfortunately, they have been delayed due to COVID, and it's looking like it's the second half of this year when that will be put out to the community for their comment. And that includes the zoning changes that you're talking about.
Well, I too, Mr. Mayor, I was with a great mates of Councillor we discussed things. He was on that planning committee with Councillor Rolleston, and they never knew that zoning had been changed. And I spoke to councillors at the time. They had no idea it was changed. I don't know how it was changed. It was something I would suggest maybe done behind closed doors. There was a council, there was a lighting club, I was really more. And I think it's a deal that was done certainly to benefit the lighting club. And I'm sure and the community was treated like that. So, I thank you for your time, councillors. I hope you listen to my life, which has been presented for the benefit of that.
Thank you. And we're trying to make all our decisions as accessible to the public as possible, hence the video cameras that are here, and people can be at home watching this, and also when we make that decision next week, that will also be made via home, via the council website, so people can watch those, and you're welcome to join in that too. So that we can't be accused of doing things behind closed doors, because as a council we represent people of Selwyn and want to be as transparent as we can be in our decision making. Councillor Lemon, do you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Sam. You're quite right. You what we do need to be sure of is an understanding of what occurred in that process those number of years ago. So if we can get on that, it would be very helpful for us.
Thank you for taking the time to come down this evening, Alan, and we will be in deliberations in the next couple of weeks and making decisions over the next making communication with the community over the next couple of months. And like I said, particularly in the zoning matter, if you bring it to the attention of the district plan submission and hearings panel, that would be the appropriate place for that. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillors, we'll just conclude with receiving the rest of the speakers who have been unable to join us today. We'll just give us a to go through those before we close the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's only one, and it's on page 82. It's Murray Always, Kiwi Central Properties. He says in his submissions to development Kiwi, I would like to see the provision of reticulated wastewater to Dartfield and Kiwi as a main priority. As private developer, I'm willing to work with council to contribute toward a community sewer system to serve Kiwi, including a cost share arrangement and employees might say CDH and both support articulated wastewater.
Just to close our submissions for the karakia, ki te uru tapu nui o tāne. Kia wātea, kia mama, kia nāko, tīnana. Te wairoa I te ara tākaka. Koia a rongo, whakaria, aki kia runga, kia tīna, haumia, huia, taikia. Thank you everyone for your participation in the submission process. You can watch at home. Thanks for joining us, and next week we'll make decisions and deliberations around everything that's been presented to us for our annual plan. And that's clear, carries close.